water. Water. The very next day, bum 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 bum. The doctor, and he said to the man, running the stand, hey, bum bum bum. Got any grapes? Say no, I don't have any grapes. I don't have any grapes. Maybe one day I'll have grapes. Running the stand, hey, bum bum bum. Got any grapes? Please, I beg you, please just fucking work. My eyes! My eyes! My eyes! I hate. My time has come. Da-da-da-da. Wait a second. I'm back! It's coming! It's coming! Yeah! Never mind. It went away. That shit came and went. Ugh. Yo, my eyes are dying. My eyes! It's time. It's finally time. It's finally time.
By the end of the month so that he could pay his court fees and stay out of jail. After just a couple of days of making videos flaunting his new purchases of socks and shoes, he posts a video where he tells his audience he just slipped into a huge puddle, right as he received an alert for more snow, meaning they wouldn't be dry anytime soon. Circumstances were truly dire. As far as his probation was concerned, he had secured transitional housing, the homeless shelter. But whether it was due to his generally disruptive behavior, or because people figured out what homeless shelter it was and called it up, Daniel was going to be kicked out. This added to the court fees Daniel is admitting he cannot pay, which doesn't paint a good picture. He tried to raise funds by charging for pictures in a fan meetup, but unsurprisingly, it didn't make a lot of profit, and it seems a troll harassed him in some way due to how distressed he was following the event. On the 19th of March, he did a live stream on a bus, for most of which he was completely silent, perhaps aware of what was about to happen. You see, the thin ice he was walking on with the shelter finally cracked due to a conflict with someone named Dylan Clark. This gets a little confusing to explain, but there's the original and true Clark, who was a troll manager involved in many of the more recent incidents, and then there's Dylan Clark, the person with whom he got into an altercation, resulting in his eviction from the shelter. Dylan Clark, commonly known as Mr. Interview, or simply Blark, short for Black Clark, was a different beast entirely. An article from USA Today shows that Dylan, when he was still a teenager, called a series of schools that had previously been targets of shootings and made threats that another one was going to be committed, which got him a sentence of 3 years in some kind of jail for minors. Initially, I thought this was another instance of Daniel going ballistic on the phone with some random troll and being kicked out due to being disruptive, but no. Blark had already met with Daniel in real life many times to conduct interviews with him, and though it's unclear what this particular instance was about, he was probably trying to interact with Daniel in some capacity when it became an actual physical altercation in the shelter. His eviction meant he had no housing, and just like that, back to jail he went.
Damn.
And we have footage of the arrest. However, he also went right back out of jail just 2 days later, as during the court proceeding he attended, his probation got reinstated and he was released. When I say that this man simply doesn't learn, I mean it. Within a day of his release, he was back on TikTok doing this.
The FBI can go ahead and press legal charges on me. I will just kill their...
During this unhinged TikTok live, he also made terroristic threats against the Vanderwalls, and I have no idea why. In the following days, there's a kind of stillness that's very fitting for how precarious Daniel's situation was, living on the streets in the days preceding a blizzard, and constantly on the verge of going back to jail. In the meantime, he bought some homeless guy a cheesecake and posted this comedy gold to his YouTube channel.
Fuck you, Daniel Larson. I have been having sex with Grace while you have been rotting in jail. She doesn't want to be with you if you are going to be a criminal, you... She is my girlfriend now, so get over it, you little yeah.
Because of this supposed breakup with Grace, Daniel decided to delay housing until 2025, which obviously was going to land him in jail for sure. He continues begging for money for a multitude of different legitimate reasons, but whenever he actually gets some money, however he does so, which I still don't understand, he immediately goes suspended on $200 a night hotel rooms and expensive restaurants. He manages to continue attending his court meetings, though he's 4 hours late to one of them, missing it entirely, all while live streaming and blaming Grace for his lack of punctuality. His last few uploads from March are very strange. In the first one, he retells the situation with Bob via geese, confusing himself in the process.
Two Canada geese fight each other in an argument. That's exactly my friendship with Bob and what we do. I'm the one that's on the right. Bob is the one on the left, saying, please don't leave me. You need help. I know we're in a screwed up situation, but please, don't walk away from me. This is all your fault. I don't know where we are, the one on the left says, but the one on the right, he's the one having a real fun time.
It's very disturbing to see how Daniel's mind operates this transparently and just how deluded he is. Then he posts a video titled, "The night an angel came to me saying I'm not safe in Denver anymore," which has nothing but nearly 4 minutes of complete silence. Lastly, he made a community post with a picture to prove that he'd been in the hospital, which initially caused some concern, until he revealed in a comment that he just got in there to check on his skin. April begins with more strange activity. Daniel claims to be stranded in Manitou Springs, and uploads a hilarious fake AI video of Ox, Bob, and a Gypsy Crusader at a Discord call discussing their evil troll plans for Daniel.
We managed to get a drone to follow him around. We had to pull the fire alarm at Olive Garden. He still doesn't know about the GPS tracker we put inside the lining of his jacket. I don't even know what to do with all the ad revenue the subreddit has given us. Even with all the white trucks and red cars we've hired to gang stalk Daniel full time, I still find myself with an overwhelming amount of money.
As much as this is psychological terrorism at its finest, the way they tailored every single statement to cater to hyper-specific paranoias of Daniel is really a fine piece of art. His time as a free man was short-lived, as he once again got arrested on the 2nd of April for being a fugitive of justice, with a bond of over $1,500. But again, he got released, this time just a day later, due to a court order. This infuriated the trolls, who were sick of the revolving door arrests Daniel was getting, and so they hatched a plan to generate another another incident. They tricked Daniel into thinking the local Buffalo Wild Wings was interested in hiring him. This campaign happened to coincide with Daniel's trench foot getting really painful during an extremely cold and windy day, in which he had to walk something like 50 miles to attend his court appointment. It's as if every factor colluded to make him go nuts. They got what they wanted, as being turned away from the Wild Wings and realizing he'd been duped completely broke Daniel's mind.
Dang.
I'm not quite sure what happened. Either the first stream got stopped for whatever reason and he had to start a new one, or it automatically split into two due to technical issues, but Daniel's rampage is divided into two halves, the latter containing the majority of it.
Dude! You, Bob! Dude! I will bomb your house! Till the day you die! Bomb you! Bomb you! Bomb you! Bomb you! Kill you! Kill you! Kill you! Call the feds on me, you mother!
Hell yeah, tomorrow's Friday.
Besides the insanely loud winds, the rest of the live stream just has Daniel repeatedly saying the words bomb and kill, and referring to places like police stations or the White House for his targets. He also began hitting the ground at a few points. Soon after this incident, he goes to the hospital as his trench foot had returned and was worsening, but he gets discharged almost immediately and goes back to the windy streets where he nearly has another meltdown as the wind gods attempt to destroy him.
Bob, help! Bob, help!
The winds were really taking their toll on Daniel, who soon after made another stream about how his entire body was sore, but cut the stream short once everyone in the comments began telling him to start running.
Stop telling me to run. I will block everybody in this chat. I will block 100% everybody. Yep, I'm blocking everybody in this chat for harassment.
The next few days after his initial barrage of wind was mostly uneventful, as Daniel managed to successfully show up to court. On the 12th of April, he found himself back at the hospital due to food poisoning. Like The Dark Knight Rises, we were wondering what would break first, his plot armor or his body. And it seems Daniel's old carcass is giving up the ghost from all of the years of abuse. Really makes me miss the days he lived in an actual house. On the 15th, he laments his own situation.
I have been walking like this for hours and hours, days and days on end for 5 years. It's killing me.
Sure, being perpetually sunbeaten and homeless isn't good, but I suspect Daniel doesn't help his own case.
I don't even remember the last time I had, like, actual glass or cup of water. Because all I have is Monster drinks.
Now this is truly relatable. Soon after confessing to being the true white monster fiend, he reveals he's once again stepped into a puddle of water and gotten all of his clothes wet, meaning the situation is soon to get even worse than it was before. He doesn't care though, and continues to live the same way as always, burning through hundreds of dollars despite knowing he has to get housing and pay off his court fees without a care in the world. God, I wish that were me. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. On the 25th of April, a federal arrest warrant for Daniel Larson was issued, meaning his time was up for real this time. Despite that, he continued to engage in his usual shenanigans, though noticeably, he was keeping it together and not taking too many chances with thieving or dashing, which kept him afloat for the time being. I don't think he even had an idea that there was a federal warrant for his arrest, and I guess that's good. It's not like him knowing would make any real difference in the end anyway. On the 27th, it was the beginning of the end. He relapsed and got escorted out of the Pump House restaurant by the police, who I'm guessing didn't know about the warrant either since they didn't arrest him. Just a day later, he went to Buffalo Wild Wings and dashed on over $50 worth of food, and this is the last straw that broke the camel's back. Well, this, and the fact that he admitted on his YouTube community page that he watched CP, blaming it on the FBI and the Secret Service for showing him what it was in the first place.
That's crazy.
Not a great move, all things considered. Some poor law enforcement agent actually had to sift through all the reports regarding Daniel and document the over 100 threats he made since 2021, all of which culminated in this arrest, which, unlike the others, left Daniel ineligible for bond, meaning he's not getting out of this one that easy. Most of the information regarding this arrest and its ramifications, including the charges he's getting, was elaborated on by Daniel himself, who called Clark up on the 1st of May and talked about the situation.
The feds got you?
Yeah, the feds got me.
Based on the court documents that are available, Daniel faced up to 65 years in prison, along with over $1 million worth of fines. To make matters worse, in a shocking turn of events, the seemingly made-up Secret Service
Ice
agent,
cream, hell
Daniel
yeah!
Fogle, is not
Strawberry!
only revealed to be a real person,
Thank you,
but
bro.
played a key role in getting him behind bars.
Thank you.
In the end, Mr. President was taken down by his own security.
Damn.
There was a motion for his release, but it was summarily denied by the judge, and it seemed like he wasn't going to get away with it this time. Near the end of May,
It's
his court
good,
dates
bro.
were canceled,
Thank
and
you.
Daniel was ordered to undergo a mental health evaluation. And a few days later, he was transferred to Englewood Federal Correctional Institution, which is also where Jared Fogle is being held. For a period of time, there were no public developments to Daniel's status until July 19th, when court documents show that he was found incompetent for trial and placed in a mental health facility. He does have another competency hearing set for September, and at least in theory, he could eventually be found competent for trial. If that happens, he may get a sentence that, since it probably will ultimately be much shorter than the full 65 he was initially facing, will allow him to eventually walk the streets as a free man once again. However, he may also never be considered competent and stay in the mental hospital forever. Either way, it's safe to say that the last chapter in the Daniel Larson story has been closed. Hopefully.
No.
I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching this.
No, he's gone. Damn. No more. Fuck. It's so sad, man. He's arrested. Yo, this one was low-key slightly better than the Connor Murphy one. Slightly better. Damn, I can't believe it though. He's gone, he's arrested, man. No more. Bro's locked up. They locked him up. Sound is weird. No! Bro's locked up. Bro's locked up. Wait, now what happened? Wait, now what happened? Oh, still no good.
Welcome back. Yo. We'll see if it works now. Mmm. Oh yeah. Damn. Alright, well. You know, the good thing is that the camera is working. I used to have problems with the camera, but now the camera is always good. But this thing does not want to work. All you have to do is switch. Just switch to the other one. Yes! Thank you. Thank you. Alright, so. It's finally working. Who's speaking? It's finally working. Alright, so Dark Side, a Decade of Failure. Yeah, why not? That shit has a lot of views, so it's gonna be a good one too.
Alright, we got the man of all hate.
Can't hear. Fuck! You gotta be kidding me. Okay, now it better work. Better not be a double echo.
ESP.
Darkside Phil is proof that you can make a living as a professional gamer, even if you're awful at gaming. But that's far from the only thing he's awful at. From constantly failing to deliver on promises made to his audience, to outright treating them like trash.
So, I've had enough excuses. It just seems to me like people are fucking lazy and don't want to come out to the streams.
All while begging them to pay his bills.
With the taxes coming up in April and everything, there's going to probably be times where I'm going to have to appeal to you guys again to try to save my butt.
If spitting on a plate you ate from was an Olympic sport, Phil would be a gold medalist, though he would probably sell the gold medal to finance his tax problems and feed his mobile game addiction. This is the 2-decade spanning story of the self-proclaimed king of hate, Darkside Phil. Born on April 6, 1982, Philip Paul Burnell grew up on the outskirts of Bridgeport, Connecticut. Quite opposite to his life after becoming an online personality, very little of his early years have been documented. One of the very few stories that has stood the test of time is that of a young Phil going to a comic book store with his parents and asking them for a rare $25 Wolverine toy for his birthday, claiming that he never asked them for stuff, which, given the behavior pattern we later come to know as Phil's MO, it's very unlikely this is the case. When they take too long to buy it and the store runs out of stock for that particular toy, he berates them.
God dang.
Seeing how amped he still gets when retelling the story, it seems he still resents them for this.
No, man, don't do
So my
that.
birthday came and passed, and guess what? My parents go, "We're very sorry, Philip, but we couldn't find the action figure." I said, "I told you to buy the figure. Why don't you listen to me?"
If we can take his word for it, he graduated from Catholic school, St. Ambrose, in 2000 as the valedictorian of his class before going on to study business at Fairfield University. But before studying business, DSP was already getting busy in the competitive fighting when gaming was still seen as somewhat of a loser thing to be engaged in. So to be dedicated to it as much as he was pretty rare. However, this dedication didn't manifest in exclusively positive ways. Phil often lost his temper and was a generally toxic player, which turned many of the other attendees of the tournaments he participated in against.
Now, when I go to these tournaments, I say, "Hey, guess what? Such and such, I've known you for 10 years. Get the fuck off this station because I want to play the game." And usually, when you threaten them like that, they get the fuck up because none of them want to fight. None of them want to step outside and get their ass beat.
What's worse is that for many years, despite his dedication to the point of toxicity, he consistently lost every single tournament he was in.
For a
Sounds
while,
like me.
that was true. I was one of the biggest shit talkers in the Street Fighter community. And I would go to tournaments and I would lose. And that's embarrassing.
As he tells the story, when he finally turned this around and started winning, it was to the general chagrin of everyone involved, which earned him the title of the King of Hates, because everyone hated him. The competitive fighting game community by 2005 had largely made the transition from the use of arcade cabinets to console ports. EVO 2005, however, proved to be a bump in the middle of that transition. A PlayStation port of Super Street Fighter II Turbo was particularly divisive in the fighting game community, with various bugs and technical details that would mar its reputation. The port fell so far short of minimum expectations due to the differences in this particular port that, as a result, various high-level players would end up boycotting the event in protest to its use. While they went high, however, Phil went low. On his credit score, to be more specific, in perhaps the earliest manifestation of his ability to handle his finances in anything resembling a mature way, a 23-year-old Phil was living in a 3-bedroom apartment he knew he was going to move out of within half a year. In the meantime, he had no idea how he was going to pay his bills, let alone find and pay for another place to live in. With his only job prospect being an entry-level position at a Best Buy, Phil applied his business diploma to the best of his abilities. Instead of buckling up and being frugal, hoping to scrape by until his conditions improved, he decided to take cash advances on every single one of his credit cards, which ended up being about $3,000, so that he could travel to and attend EVO. This decision mangled him financially so bad that he spent the next 5 years only managing to pay off the interest.
Damn.
Was it worth it? Well, he placed not third, not second, not first, but fourth in the tournament. However, since the top 3 players were all Japanese, Phil rearranged this win to mean he was the best American player, exclusively
fair
because
enough.
it has a nicer ring to it, since there's no real reason to separate players based on their nationality. This gets even sillier when you consider that he's acting like this tournament somehow represented the entire country, which instantly falls on its face when you take into account the fact that many American players didn't participate due to their issues with the port. Other people in the community picked up on DSP, and they didn't take his comments about this event very kindly.
That's the answer I was looking for. You got some idiot named DSP who's a total piece of shit, by the way. I like to get that on YouTube, but this guy thought he was hot because he beat me and Troy in a game that was like, it's like a Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap.
This may seem like a minor issue, but it's less about the tournament itself and more about how Phil himself behaved afterwards. In later videos, he belittles the other players' issues with the port, saying that they shouldn't have expected arcade-like gameplay from a console, and instead should have practiced more.
Instead of about it, which is what it seems all the OGs were doing, we'll just play the game and learn the differences so we know for the tournament.
Being a sore loser is bad, but not content with just that, Phil managed to also be a sore winner, because even after he started winning tournaments here and there, he continued to make everyone around him dislike him by behaving like a buffoon for no reason. While there is a video of Phil doing things like loudly and obnoxiously talking over people he was playing with, it seems he was self-conscious enough to keep the more egregious displays of his lack of self-control and respect for others to behind the scenes. In one instance, in 2002, he pushed the limits so much that, while he was leaving the place he was playing at, him and his friends were followed by the friend group of someone he recently lost to, who proceeded to compel him to pay a nominal amount of money for being a general nuisance. According to Justin Wong, another avid Street Fighter player whom DSP had beat before, he had the tendency of being nice to him in person and saying terrible things about him when he wasn't around. However, the most detailed account of why exactly DSP had such a terrible reputation in the community came from another fellow Street Fighter player, Viscant. His Reddit post reads as follows. This would have been either EVO 2005 or EVO 2006. Phil had been talking trash for weeks/months before I finally got sick of it. I'm pretty sure I challenged him to a money match and knew he wasn't going to accept and was going to be like, lol, fight me IRL at EVO.
What is
I
this?
accepted. From here, it turns into what sounds like a total farce, except I can assure you that it was 100% serious, which makes us both look
What
like
is with
total
these?
complete idiots. So first, Phil was like, okay, well you have to sign some document because if I kill you, I don't want to be responsible. And I was like, whatever. Then there was an actual serious negotiation over who the ref was going to be. But I don't remember this part either. Then there was an honest-to-God negotiation over weight and that we were going to have to weigh in and everything. Again, I'm not making any of this up. As dumb as this sounds, this absolutely happened. Finally, it was agreed that he wouldn't have to go on a diet to fight me, and it was settled that we were going to fight. It was going to have MMA rules. It would have a referee, and we'd sign waivers. I was dumb in the mid-2000s. Anyway, so we agreed upon this early in the year, and from here on is where the story gets weird. So apparently Phil was under the impression that this wasn't going to happen and this was just internet shit talk, but a few people from the West Coast went out to one of the East Coast tournaments and
What's
told
up
him
with
that
all
I was
these
taking
bots?
it seriously and was going to fight him, and had probably been in more gym fights in the past 2 months than he'd been in his life. So one day Phil instant messages me on AIM and tries to back out. He was like, hey, so how about this? How about we pretend like we're going to fight, and then when a whole crowd is around us, we both do DX cross chops to the crowd. It'll be such a goof. This really happened, and I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? I honestly couldn't believe he was pulling this, and I was still mad about the whole thing and actually wanted to fight him. I told him I wasn't going to do any of that trolling, but if you want to drop it, then fine, I'll drop it. We can both be adults about this. And that's pretty much what happened. I'm not going to jump him from behind in the parking lot or get in his face and threaten him. From that point,
it's not as good as the other one. Let's be honest, it's like not even good. Should we just watch some scary animation? Two men. This guy.
the original upload of this video was deleted by YouTube for a very dumb reason, so I've decided to re-upload it here because I think it's a very important...
Yo, what happened to this guy? This guy was blowing up during 2020. During 2020, he was popping off like crazy. My shit froze. No Wi-Fi! No! Oh, that was close. Oh, that was scary.
The important story to tell. So without further ado, this is...
Man, stop it! What is wrong with this?
The important story to tell. So without further ado, this... In a few short years, he went from a literal nobody to having millions of subscribers. He was featured by PewDiePie, collaborated with Max Mofo, Anything for Views, Jay Schlatt, and other extremely popular legacy creators. His audience was loyal, following him to any platform or medium, and his style of comedy influenced millions of people during a time when they were all locked inside and wearing masks. On February 14th, 2024,
you know this guy?
he was found dead of what was presumed to be an overdose.
What?
When Overwatch was released in 2016, it quickly became one of the most popular games in the world, with every content creator hopping on the bandwagon to try and capitalize. One such aspiring creator was a young man named Sadiq, a 16-year-old boy living in Winnipeg, Canada. Now, Winnipeg is cold as sometimes, so he had a lot of time to stay inside, and at the time, he was also lacking any real-life connection whatsoever. According to Tumad himself, he was basically mute throughout his time in school, and barely had a single friend. He was constantly getting into fights with people, and just had a very hard time growing up. The friends he did have were called Sony Vegas and Premiere Pro, so he got cooking. Inspired by old MLG montage parodies and YouTube poops, he began making what can only be called schizophrenic edits of Overwatch gameplay.
Mi amor, what happened? What happened?
He opened his channel in April of 2016, and the growth from there was pretty steady, racking up around 10,000 subscribers a year later. In just 2 months, he grew to 160,000 subscribers, thanks to a few of his edits really popping off. How to Doomfist, Nerf Lucio, and Rip Roadhog got millions of views within a few weeks of posting. On Twitter, he thanked his new viewers for the massive growth. But he wasn't about to slow down. His time had come, and he needed to seriously keep momentum going if he was going to maintain this strong new viewer base. He didn't spend his money, he didn't party, he sank into his computer chair a little deeper, and cranked out video after video, week after week. By January of 2018, he had 450,000 subscribers.
Damn.
Just 1 year later, he doubled it. By this time, his videos had also gotten much
I got back from
Instead
work,
of
so
posting
now I'm
1
going
minute
to
long
take a
edits, he was
shower.
posting 10 minute videos with his editing and commentary mixed in.
That's good. I don't believe you. No cochina, yo. No, tú cochina. I don't believe you. You're lying. Without proof, how will I
This
know?
editing with constant bruh noises, random sound effects, and memes thrown in became extremely influential, with a lot of other editors taking note. There truly was never a dull moment in these videos. They were great for keeping viewers engaged. In an age where every Zoomer's attention span is less than 12.4 milliseconds, keeping people locked in was really important, and Too Mad, intentionally or unintentionally, was a master at it.
Oh, get right. Okay, let's go. One more left. Let me show you how good Blitz really is, bro. Blitz!
Reminds me of C-Day.
By June of 2017, he already had 100,000 subscribers from his Overwatch edits. At the same time, he had been streaming on Twitch, where he cycled through Overwatch, Rainbow Six Siege, Fortnite, and really whatever game was really pulling in new viewers at the time. His personality was slowly but surely getting out there, and it helps that his manner of speaking was basically in line with his editing, constantly quoting different memes, movies, games, songs, never staying in one place or on one topic
No se baña.
15 seconds. He was definitely unique, and viewers loved it. In February of 2019, he did a face reveal on Twitch, which on YouTube got 1.5 million views.
Literally every black person in fucking existence is gonna be mentioned. They're gonna say Obama, they're gonna say X, they're gonna say T'Challa, they're gonna say who else is black? Nelson Mandela? Who else? Thanos? He's half black. He's mixed, so
now his face and his personality were out there on full display,
Also,
giving him a golden
Mr.
opportunity to move from being just an editor to a media sensation. And that all really started with Goodnight Girl.
good night, girl. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yo, I know that meme.
The Goodnight Girl meme came at the perfect time. Just a few months out from his face reveal, his audience was already familiarized with his appearance. This video, which portrays him as a lonely simp or Discord mod, telling his e-kitten it's alright she deprived him of attention, went absolutely viral. Instagram, Twitter, Reddit, 4chan, you name it, it was posted there to millions upon millions of views.
I saw
that.
that.
The itself is not like standalone, it's from a compilation of similarly
I'll be back.
cringe and hilarious
I'll watch on my phone,
moments.
meanwhile I come back.
I saw that itself is not like standalone, it's from a compilation of similarly What's interesting is that this was not accidental. It was a calculated move by Too Mad that he created in one take.
I put the camera angle, the webcam mic is so shit, so I was like, alright, this audio's gonna be perfect. And then it took one take. It was just one take. One single take. Where I just go up and I start saying shit all on the spot. I don't know what the fuck I was saying. I was like, go, this guy, no. And I just did that, and I just, like, I literally just let my leg slip under me, and I just fell straight on the ground. There's nothing there.
The memes he would use, like Baba Booey sound effects.
You think that, like, North Korea's gonna pick it up?
Gotta be kidding me. Don't even say anything, huh? You guys really like Alvin, don't you? The disrespect.
And sending ICBM to my Canadian house?
Saying bruh constantly. Bruh. And his poor impression of various ethnicities similarly spread across the internet and became synonymous with his brand. Around this time, the original Too Mad channel was renamed to Too Mad 360, and his old second channel became his new name. He also expanded his content from just gaming videos to literally... You Laugh, You Lose videos, where he would challenge his viewers to make him chuckle, with the prize being thousands of dollars. IRL videos of him acting like a psychopath while riding an electric scooter.
I'm sick of it. I'm getting bread.
So he tried to get the police to kick the door down, which they would not do. So he left them a troll face with
And mail.
asking for them to give it back.
I don't care anymore.
I mean, I can't do shop out of it. Leave him a goddamn letter. What the fuck? 1984. Gonna leave him a stack of money too. I'll give him everything he wants. Beep, boop, 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 boop. Let's not put our face in the camera. Your photo is required. I just showed Obama at work. What company are you delivering for? Building manager. Shop gives me his name too. Maybe that information.
I'm eating my bread.
Open that up, put in the letter, give him that lock, so you know you can give it back. There you go, buddy. And we'll give him a little bit of money too. Give him about like $5 in the ting, yeet. And
Any random event from his life would become content. He went out of his way to enrage sensitive fan bases like K-pop stans.
Now you see this
He was really killing it in the content department. At this time, he was also taking prescription Adderall to focus. He describes his thought process naturally as extremely random and all over the place. This drug allowed him to lock in creatively and actually get things done.
I'm on fucking ADHD meds. Are you? What are you on right now? Dexedrine. 10 milligram daily dose. I have never even heard of Dexedrine. That sounds intense. Generic Adderall. Is it fun though? It's not necessarily fun. It more like it's like essential to function. It makes. Oh, do you like need like Adderall to function on a day to day? Adderall is. Tell you what, I don't need it, but it's probably a lot better if I use it. Otherwise, I'll just be like for a moment all day, just like hello, I'm thinking of literally the world.
He was also smoking negatively. It allowed him to push past whatever his mental problems were to make content on a consistent basis. While his popularity was rising, Too Mad was also on the move. Due to some complications with living with his family, he planned to move to Los Angeles, California, and one content creator who offered for him to move in was none other than GymBro.
Welcome back to another episode of N-Word News. Did Too Mad really say the N-word? Well, according to GymBro, he did, but the thing is, Too Mad's black.
GymBro is a content creator who similarly came from a gaming background. You probably know him from his Uganda Knuckles VR chat videos that blew up a few years ago. These guys seemingly have a similar sense of humor and style of content. So where was their disagreement? In October of 2019, Too Mad began tweeting out claiming GymBro was actually Russian and not Danish as he claimed to be. This kind of became a meme at the time with a lot of people spamming Russian text at him. James did not take this lightly and decided to post a big twit longer outlining his side of the story. James says he offered Too Mad a place to stay, but their relationship had been deteriorating in the lead up to this move. He said that he hadn't spoken to Medea for a few months because he knowingly and purposely was harassing him over his PTSD speech problems. He said Too Mad would go as far as to mock him for sounding alike to terrorists. Apparently, this really hurt his feelings coming from a friend. He also said that he would often use the N-word to farm emotes in chat, even though James asked him not to do it because it made a lot of people uncomfortable. He dropped the hard R multiple times in text, chat, and voice during streams, which is one of the reasons why they stopped streaming together. Now, to criticize Too Mad for using this word is dumb because 1, based, and 2, he's black, so in the eyes of the world, he should be able to say it.
Yo, this Craigslist to hand. Oh my god, you want to buy this? Buy this now. It'll never be here again.
Can you shout out my son, Nick?
But it appears James's problem was less to do with the word itself and more to do with the potential of a Twitch ban when it's uttered. James also said Too Mad would constantly make fun of him during his Rainbow Six Siege tournament, which made him very uncomfortable. He felt it went beyond basic banter and it genuinely hurt him. Despite this, he agreed to let Medea move into his home in LA. But as the move-in day got closer, he apparently was warned by people about Too Mad. All of my friends said they didn't have a pleasant experience with Too Mad or knew somebody who would have a word or two about it. Without dropping names, all of the friends I spoke to collectively said they wouldn't let Too Mad in their house. But I imagine it's biased based on their experience with him. Too Mad is known for being vengeful, harassing people behind their backs, and leaking private conversations with malicious intents. After this, he decided to call Too Mad to make sure he actually wanted to move to Los Angeles for the right reasons. We called him to ask him this question because we wanted to make sure he's not going to regret his sudden decision to move to a foreign country without a proper plan. First of all, his getting kicked out within a few months suddenly changed to I just want to move out and that he wants to move to LA because it's where you make it big. Huge twist of the situation if you ask me. We tried to explain to him that Los Angeles is extremely expensive and that he's going to live here at a loss and it might not meet his expectations. As I mentioned earlier, he just insisted that we wait until he gets partnered, yada yada. He also made a Patreon a few minutes after our call, which is probably the right decision. So the plans to move in were still on. Too Mad was to attend TwitchCon 2019, at which time he would also swing by the house to check it out. But during the actual event, they didn't get to hang out as much as James would have liked because of a complication with Too Mad missing his initial flight. His reason for not getting on a plane was because there was a guy who had a turban. I hope it's a joke, but knowing his racist attitude, I doubt it is. So TwitchCon that year was in San Diego, which is a 2.5-hour drive from Los Angeles where the house is. James had to return early because his friend Scott got food poisoning. So while busy with that, Too Mad messaged him saying he was coming by the house to see it and would be staying with them. According to James, this was somewhat uninvited. Too Mad suddenly messaged me, "See you at your house in LA on October 2nd, to which I responded that me and Scott might be at the hospital and can't hang out as our flu was getting worse. He didn't care about how we feel or what we're going through. He said that he's still coming and that he's going to stay in my house for 5 days. I called him out on his dumb assumption and he began to guilt trip me for spending hundreds of dollars and that he can't even show up. Just a clarification that I never said he can't come. I was only confused about his intentions. after making it clear that I'm not claiming he can't come, just might not be able to stay by himself at the house if I'm out. Since he specifically wanted it and that there's no furniture, I'm alright. He started guilt and he can't stay at my place. A week in Los Angeles at a hotel is $1,000 to $2,000 if you book it at the last moment, by the way.
Damn.
He continued guilt tripping me. After a few hours, I told him that if he promises to take full responsibility for the house, I can let him stay in my room, even if I'm at the hospital. He told me he promised and reminded me it would be cool if I pay for his hotel. So Too Mad flies to San Diego, but says he has a place to stay, so he doesn't have to stay with James or stay somewhere James would pay for. James was hurt. Too Mad had been ghosting his messages in LA and not hanging out with him. In San Diego, he tried to get Medea to go to the zoo with him, and Too Mad apparently continued the same behavior despite being there to visit the house, which caused James sleep deprivation as he was really stressed out and confused. Later, James had planned a trip across the world to Australia and wanted to hang out there with Medea. Apparently, James messaged him asking if the two would be hanging out, at which point he just said, "Sex immediately," before giving him a fake address of where he was staying to mess with him. The same kind of stuff continued while there. Too Mad said to James he was staying with a friend from Canada, when in reality he was staying with Anything for Views. James, upset, messaged him saying the following: "You really think it's fair to lie to me for 2 weeks for absolutely no reason? What happened?" Too Mad then sent a cringe.mp4 file he deleted immediately, and then just sent a really shitty image of Captain America saying, "No, I don't think I will." Yeah, I mean, that sounds like something Too Mad would do. Eventually, James messaged Anything for Views about the situation. I spoke to Chad about this briefly. At no point did I say anything like, "Don't talk to Too Mad," yada yada. I just shared my experience and how I feel about it. When Chad was saying that everything seems fine, I told him that's all that matters and I'm just sharing my experience. I don't know what Chad told Too Mad, but a few minutes later, Too Mad wrote a 1,000-word rant about what a bad person I am.
Damn.
He twisted the situation multiple times and tried to guilt trip me really hard, but it didn't work this time because I could see everything right through. The cherry on top was quit the pettiness. This is literally the definition of high school drama. Just leave me alone, man. I didn't bring this to the public because I didn't want drama. I didn't want our viewers to be involved, and I thought he was just a scum person who will move on after this. The only people who knew was me sharing my experience and asking for advice, because at the time I didn't realize I was being manipulated. Pretty ironic, because Too Mad allegedly went ahead and started trying to get people against me behind my back almost immediately. Despite the "just leave me alone, man" part he said to me, he was tweeting at me all morning, targeting not just my tweets, but also replies to my fans. He blocked me on Twitter so I couldn't even see his replies. Worth mentioning, he has been deleting some of the Discord messages and then edited his manipulative rant. Good thing Discord shows the time of his edits. He also deleted me everywhere right after I got no contact with him. After reading all of this, I bet a lot of you are asking, who cares? I mean, Too Mad was known for roasting and talking people in game, so that's expected. The situation with dodging James and ghosting him is definitely mean, but nothing that needed to be made public. Overall, kind of a nothing burger. James did not acknowledge the fake Russian claims at all in this, which definitely threw some people through a loop. This tweet longer is 3,200 words. It's almost the full length of a YouTube video. So why does it even exist? You could say it's because James felt attacked by the Russian thing, but then why not address it instead of whatever else this is all about? So Too Mad responds with a video on his YouTube channel. He opens by reiterating his claim that James pretended to be Danish when in fact he is Russian. To prove this, he shows old footage of Jameski under a different username speaking fluent Russian to Russian YouTuber Nofkers.
Want actual footage of him speaking fluent Russian? Here you go. Nofkers has a lot of it because they used to be friends until dun-dun. The meme happened. I'm Danish. Every trace of conversation in Russian with Nofkers f***ing purged. Why, you might ask? knows I'm not trying to get assassinated.
He also claims that James got his Twitter taken down for making fun of him.
Considering that it's a really good theory that you got my Twitter terminated. You literally deplatformed me for calling you out for being Russian. Why did I call you out for being Russian? Because you called my current roommate Anything for Views, asked him if he was alone, and then proceeded to tell him that I took advantage of you. I'm a clout chaser. I must warn you of Too Mad. All I do is make videos with my titties out. Leave me the f*** alone. I tried to resolve it privately, but you didn't respond. So yeah, I've never seen someone get banned for something this tame. Without outer input from Jameski, how would a Twitter employee know that I'm trying to spread hate or violence when I'm not even doing that?
As for the talking, Medea frames what he said to James as casual talking that was taken too seriously, causing him to freak out during both tournaments they did and behind the scenes. Despite his perspective that James was a somewhat sensitive person, he needed a place to stay, so he was open to moving in with him. As for why he made his tweets about James, well, he took James calling Chad to talk about him as a manipulative move to turn his friends against him. As for not wanting to hang out with James, I'd say he pretty much owned that one.
I just didn't want to hang out. I'd give you excuses over and over. You just wouldn't pick up on the cue. You wanted to force it. You were so insecure that I didn't like you. And if I didn't meet up with you in real life, you would just start spreading shit. And that's exactly what the f*** did. You crossed the line and you started spreading garbage, vile shit. to people who are important to me in order to manipulate them.
Now, during James's tweet longer, he had an issue with not believing Too Mad's intentions for wanting to leave. Too Mad shows a message he had sent James trying to resolve things, where he said he was consistent that the reason he needed to leave Winnipeg was because he was in a toxic household where his dad was attacking him regularly, which is why the cops were called there. Too Mad claimed in this long message he got red flags when James took his banter too seriously, and also that when he had joked about the Russian thing among friends, James freaked out, which once again gave him cold feet and made him believe he was hiding something, which is why he didn't want to hang out with him. His real problem with James started when he messaged Chad and other friends to talk about him. Too Mad says that James's lack of evidence for the events that went down is very telling of the truth.
He says here I lied to him and a mutual friend about getting kicked out of my house, and we'll never know who because you guessed it. He was claiming he's only got a few months and he needs help to move to Los Angeles. This is a complete manufactured narrative. I had zero interest to move to Los Angeles. I wanted to go anywhere in the fucking continent. Like I said before, Jamesky was just the first person to offer, and he ended up being in LA, and that's why I wanted to go to LA. Not the other way around like Jamesky says it. This is how he tries to convince you that I'm a cloud chaser.
This is drama, man. No, what? Here are my animation stories. My animation stories. Yeah. Karen.
The first place I lived in after moving out of my parents' to what sounded like raccoons digging through my trash can. I armed myself with a broomstick and ran outside in my pajamas, but when I got there, whatever it was had already run off. They left my trash can knocked over, with all the bags split open, and there was trash strewn all over the place. That certainly didn't put me in a good mood, but I had to pick it up as quickly as I could. I had a double shift at work that day, noon to close. Had to get a shower and everything too, because a Hooters girl doesn't earn tips if she smells like trash.
Damn.
My whole day at work was awful. We had more creeps in the restaurant than usual, which is saying something. Many hungry eyes were waiting for me. The nastiest creeps, too.
I mean, what do you expect? You work at
Persistent,
Hooters.
and most were too broke to tip me more than a few quarters. But the worst part was, Carl, the fry cook who was working the same shift as me, stared at me more than any customer.
Oh, hell
with
no.
these sad, pathetic eyes. I couldn't even catch a break in the kitchen. Carl was one of the most obese men I've ever seen.
Damn.
His gut was so large he struggled to reach past it
That's
to
kinda
flip
fucked
the
up.
patties on the griddle. He never seemed to clean his work clothes either, because there wasn't a spot left on his apron that didn't have a week's-old grease stain on it. You'd expect a guy like him to smack 3 orders of food on his lunch breaks, but he never had the time to eat at work. He was always frantically writing in his worn-out notebook during his breaks, glancing up at me whenever I was around, like he knew I was going to pass by. He never stopped scribbling until it was time for him to go back to grilling. Slowly but surely the hours passed, and the restaurant finally closed for the night. All that was left was to clean up and lock up before leaving. Pretty soon, Carl and I were the only ones left. I thoroughly mopped the restaurant floor to avoid him as he cleaned the kitchen. The last place left was the men's bathroom. I always save it for last. It's kind of a vile place. I took a deep breath before entering the stench within and started mopping underneath the urinals.
I swear they intentionally piss on the floor.
Just to add on to the terrible day I was having, I started hearing suspicious noises again, rustling from the handicap stall, like someone was scraping their feet on the floor. I shoved the mop into the bucket, yelled impatiently.
Is someone still in here? We're closed.
No answer. I walked up to the handicap stall and tried to look inside, but the door was locked.
Whoever's in there, you have to leave. We're closed for the night.
I started banging on the door, letting out all the frustrations of the day. I gave up not very long after. I was getting tired of this. Then, I heard footsteps from the other side and saw a pair of muddy shoes beneath the door. I jolted back as the door flew open, revealing a man who looked like he'd lived in a swamp his whole life and had starved for most of it.
What the fuck? He's been living in there.
As a customer from earlier in the day. It's nice to see you're in such a rush to see me again, baby doll. But you don't have to worry. We're alone now.
Oh, fuck.
We've got lots of time. I grabbed the mop for a lack of a better weapon of defense.
You motherfucker, you're lucky. My god. Damn. Goofy ass screen, yeah. QJ, you lucky. You lucky, man.
In his face.
I gotta pee.
Forget all that. We're closed. Get out of here.
That's not gonna stop me, sweetheart. He grabbed the head of the mop and yanked it out of my hands in a flash. I'm not leaving here without you by my side. Why don't you come over to my place for the night?
Beat it, creep.
Oh, you've got attitude, don't you? Don't worry, I'll take care of that. I made a break for the door, but he lunged at me and grabbed my arm. I screamed.
Carl!
We struggled for a moment before the fry cook finally burst into the bathroom. I'd never been so glad to see him in my life. Carl took the creep by the shoulders and ripped him away from me like a rag doll. Carl slammed the creep against the wall and pinned him up. What's going on here?
He's a creep, Carl. Throw him out already.
It's just a misunderstanding, sir. Carl stared him down for an uncomfortable length of time. Then he whispered something in the creep's ear that I couldn't make out. The creep nodded readily. Then Carl set him down. Immediately, it seemed like all the tension had been diffused. The creep smiled non-offensively, then calmly walked out and left the store.
How did you do that without roughing him up?
Carl grinned from ear to ear like a big goof.
I feel like I've seen this before.
I just told him what would happen.
Well, thank you very much, Carl. I appreciate it.
You're always welcome, Selena.
No, give me a second.
I picked up the mop again, wanting to just finish closing so I could finally go home. But Carl lingered. Hey,
hell no.
Since I saved you and all, do you think you'd like to go out on a date with me?
Not the time, Carl. Not the time.
That's okay. I'll find a good time. Then, he left, thankfully, and I got back to mopping. When I finally got home that night, I was utterly exhausted. I was seriously thinking of quitting Hooters. The meager tips didn't make up for all the interactions with sickos and freaks, and they were starting to make me paranoid. I changed back into my pajamas, made some hot chocolate, and got comfortable on the couch to binge watch my favorite show, all in an effort to just calm down and unwind from the events of the day. Too bad I didn't have any roommates I could vent to. It wasn't long before my moment of peace was ruined. I heard something rummaging through my trash can again.
It's the possums.
I didn't bother getting anything to chase them off this time. I figured my screams of rage would be enough to scare anything away. But when I opened my door, it wasn't a raccoon. It was the same creep from before, holding my trash can over his head and dumping everything onto the ground. When he saw me, he threw the empty can at me. I stumbled back through the doorway in a daze.
What the?
I told you, didn't I? You should have gone home with me, and none of this would have happened. He stepped into my home undaunted. He laughed maniacally and inched his way closer to me. My mind raced. What should I do? Should I get a knife? Should I scream? I tripped and fell to the ground, crawling backwards towards the kitchen where I could maybe get a proper weapon to defend myself. But then, another silhouette appeared behind the creep, swallowing him in the shadows, then socked him in the back of the skull. The creep clambered forward and looked back in shock. Why'd you... This wasn't part of the deal! I then realized who it was. It was Carl. He approached the creep without a word and grabbed him by the neck. Carl relentlessly pummeled him with his fists. There was no contest. Carl was a super heavyweight, no-holds-barred cage match with a featherweight stickman. I watched in absolute shock as Carl let loose until the creep was totally limp. Carl then finally let him go, and just by the sound of the body made as it collided with the floor, I knew that Carl had beaten him to death. Carl then turned to me, his face half lit by the street light shining through the wide open door. Will you go on a date with me now?
What? No! Carl! What have you done?
I climbed
He tastes
to my
like
feet,
Reese's.
ready
Yeah.
to outrun him if I needed to. What have I done? Really, I saved you twice. Is that not good enough for you? I know everything about you. What do you know about me? He said this while grabbing his notebook out from his pocket. He darted it to me while waiting for a response. I didn't take my eyes off Carl when I reached down slowly for the notebook. Suddenly, I realized why he was always writing in it. He was writing about me. He recorded my every movement,
What the
my
fuck?
habits, everyone I talked to. Did he really tell that guy to show up just so he could act like my knight? You better understand, I'm not leaving here without you by my side.
Oh, hell nah. Damn. She's fine.
Never in 1,000 years did I ever expect to experience such a disturbing encounter during a date. A date that I'm now reminded of every time I stare at my reflection. The scars that remain on my face only reflect my scars from the outside, but don't project the scars from the inside. The brutality in the hands of this certain individual left me seeking professional counseling. I find it difficult to erase the image of the individual's face from my memory, as it still sends shockwaves through my anatomy. Maybe sharing my story with the world will help close this horrific chapter of my life. It all started a couple years ago, when the dating app Tinder first launched. I remember seeing all of my friends download the app as it was the new trend when it came to online dating. I've used other dating apps in the past, but never really got too far in the dating scene besides a nice meeting you text or a $100 bill after a lunch date. There was this one occasion when I got home from a long day of school. I remember face planting on my bed the moment I stepped foot inside my room. I had just finished midterms and felt the sudden urge to blow off some steam and perhaps go out later that night. I grabbed my cell phone and began messaging my friends in our group chat saying, "Yo, anyone down to chill later?" A couple of minutes go by and I get a few replies saying something to the effect of, "Not today, with girlfriend," or "Got a Tinder date tonight." This was incredibly frustrating, as I felt like I was slowly becoming the one single friend in my entire friend group. I felt like my social skills and dating life were slowly diminishing the longer I stayed home and didn't go out. That's when I decided to log onto my desktop computer and create a new Tinder profile. After a couple of minutes of typing out a witty personal bio, I started uploading old photos to my profile. I made sure to also download the app on my phone while making myself comfortable on my living room couch. I remember swiping through the app for a few minutes and seeing dozens of attractive females. Due to my previous encounters regarding dating apps, I knew not to trust the pictures within the girls' profiles, as some of them could turn out to be catfishes more often than not. During the latter part of my evening, I was waiting patiently to match with any girls on Tinder. My dad always told me to shoot my shot with as many girls as possible. That way the probability of hooking up with one would be higher than the average guy. I recall swiping right and liking at least 100 girls' profiles on Tinder. Out of the hundreds of girls, I surprisingly got no matches back. I couldn't help but feel my self-esteem gradually deplete. I didn't want to sour the rest of my day, so I decided to put my phone down and watch some TV for the remainder of the evening. My anxiety began playing tricks on me as I truly convinced myself that I was going to be single forever. The room suddenly became silent despite the television still remaining on. My eyes started getting heavy the longer I stared at the TV. I began picking at the armrest of my sofa while trying to blow off some steam. Feelings of anxiety weighed heavy on my shoulders. Am I really gonna die single? Does anyone want to be with me? That's when I hear a notification sound coming from my phone. I grabbed my phone and noticed it was a match from someone on Tinder. As I opened up the app, I noticed a female of Asian descent. She didn't have many pictures on her profile, just one picture with the name Tina. From the looks of it, she seemed fairly attractive and was roughly around the same age group as I was. The bio on her profile was straight to the point. I remember it saying something along the lines of, "The hotter twin sister, you should date me." I found the description rather odd, but brushed it off as I just wanted to get some action that night. That's when she sent a direct message to me. I opened up the message, which read,
"I'd love to talk in person if you're free,"
with a smiley emoji. I was surprised at how forward she was. Her location said she lived about 15 kilometers away, which translated to about a 10-minute drive from my house, give or take. I figured meeting up with this girl wouldn't be much of an inconvenience considering how close she was. I sent a message asking for her contact information. She then responds with her fully disclosed address and phone number. Again, I was taken aback by how forward she was with her contact details.
This is a trap.
I began speculating
This
if
is
she
a
was
trap.
a catfish or not. Nonetheless, I brushed the notion under the rug and decided to respond back with, "Cool, be there in an hour." As I made my way to the washroom for a quick shower, my entire body began feeling antsy. I couldn't help but feel genuinely excited as if I was going on a first date again. That's when I hear another notification sound coming from my phone. I checked my phone and saw another match coming from Tinder. Could this be my lucky day? I wondered. I clicked on the profile and noticed it was Tina, except the name on the profile said Lena.
It's the
As
twin.
I read her bio, I could see it was similar to Tina's
It's the
profile
twin.
saying, "This has to be the twin sisters." Considering the identical similarities in names, appearance, and location, it seemed like the pair had a pretty petty relationship with one another based on the way they were outing each other on their bios. She then messages me as well saying,
"Don't date my sister Tina. Date me instead."
I couldn't help but feel amused at the notion that I literally had twin sisters fighting over me that I hadn't even met yet. Not really considering if this was a good idea or not, I decided to entertain it by saying, "How about we all go on a triple date?" Lena then responds with,
"Fine, but you better like me more."
My mind was racing. I couldn't believe I was going to potentially hook up with two attractive-looking twins. Something on every guy's bucket list. That being said, I grabbed my car keys and made my way inside my vehicle. I punched in the address on Google Maps and started driving towards the destination. About 10 to 15 minutes later, I arrived there and saw a fairly small house surrounded by a lot of trees. The house honestly looked like a shack that you would put storage in. I casually make my way onto the porch and began knocking on the door. I remember hearing faint noises of heavy footsteps making their way towards my direction. As I heard the door locks beginning to open, I popped a breath mint in my mouth to give a good impression. The door began to creak open, and there stood a girl with 2 heads attached to her body. If I recall the politically correct term, they were conjoined twins. The girl on the right then introduced herself saying,
I'm Tina, also known as the Hotter Twin, and here is my uglier half, Lena.
Speak for yourself. Anyway, I'm Lena. You must be Jeff,
Well,
right?
what the hell am I looking
yeah.
at?
Come inside so we can get this party started.
I honestly contemplated on booking it, as it was clear as day that
What the hell am I looking at?
But I decided to take the high road and continue with the date, so I said, sure, ladies. As I made my way inside, I couldn't help but notice how well kept the place was. There were even 3 plates of steak preps sitting on the dining room table. I felt a little relieved I didn't split the scene, as I would have lived to regret leaving the twins high and dry despite all their efforts. We all began to walk towards the table. I sat on one side while the twins sat across from me. An awkward essence filled the room as I couldn't believe who I was currently on a date with. If I had to be honest, I couldn't muster up an
Yo,
appetite
steak.
despite how delicious the meal looked. Tina held the steak with a
What do you say,
flaky place while
QJ?
Lena began
Is this a
slicing it into
W?
bite-sized pieces.
Is this a win or no?
I sat there watching with my jaw hanging from my face as the twins started feeding themselves with their respective hands. I genuinely don't mean to be rude, but it was the most bizarre thing to watch considering it wasn't expected. Tina then says,
Why aren't you eating your steak, Jeff? I worked on it all day.
Leave him alone. He doesn't want to eat your shitty cooking.
I didn't ask you, idiot.
I wish we were separated. I can't stand you.
At least I don't have to share the same brain as you.
girls, please stop fighting. I'm just a little full from the food I had
Do
earlier.
they, do they have to?
Me or her?
I'm not here to pick favorites, Tina.
He obviously likes me more.
There's a reason why I was born on the right side. Because I'm Mrs. Right.
Condescending bitch.
Girls, if you don't stop, I'm leaving. The tension in the room got very uncomfortable. Both twins began to mean mug me while holding a knife in one hand and a fork in the other.
Oh,
I
hell
could hear
nah.
nothing but pin drops as the room suddenly became silent. Tina then slams her clenched fist on the table while holding the fork in her palm, saying,
If they do have two,
"What are you talking about?"
curious.
The twins
If
then
they
got
do
up
have
from their
two,
chair and began approaching my
which one
direction.
would react?
I
Do you
began
think they
moving
will
back
both
the
react?
closer they got to me.
Or will only
Ladies,
one
can you
of
please
them
put the knife
react?
and fork down? As I looked into their eyes, I could see them both filled with rage, while Lena's had a hint of concern within them. Tina then abruptly takes a swipe across my face with the fork in her hand. Ow! What the hell is your
Damn.
problem? Get the hell away from me! I'm calling the cops! I sat in my seat flabbergasted while trying to subdue the blood dripping down my face. Lena then says,
Why did you do that?
One
if
for
you
each.
go to jail, they're gonna put me in there with you, you idiot.
Good. Not only will we be close physically, but we'll also be close emotionally.
Lena then
What the
began stabbing
fuck?
Tina across her face and neck repeatedly.
Oh,
I sat
hell
there in
nah.
disbelief while being
Damn.
showered in their blood. As Lena continuously stabbed Tina, I saw her eyes beginning to slowly roll in the back of her head.
She's
as the
killing
pair abruptly collapsed on the floor.
herself? Damn. Poor guy. He just wanted to get laid.
The first place I lived in after moving out of my parents' house was this tiny, dingy apartment on the outskirts of town. It wasn't the nicest place, but it was affordable, and it was mine. Because the rent was so cheap, there were quite a few students from the nearby community college living there. Most of us were friendly with each other, and we'd hang out sometimes.
Hold on, give me a second.
But there was one
This is
guy
weird.
who just killed the vibe whenever he was
You
around.
don't say.
I don't think any of us knew his name or even really managed to have a conversation with him. We all mentioned
Just stick
seeing
with
him
the hand.
linger in the laundry room, despite him wearing the same set of clothes every single day. Most of us wrote him off as the token creep of the neighborhood. This is just what you get for trying to save on rent. After all, he wasn't the only downside to that particular apartment complex. The walls were pretty much paper thin. I could usually hear just about everything go on in my neighboring apartments. That being said, I still didn't mind. My next-door neighbor was this really attractive girl from the community college. Of course, I always hoped that being so close to her meant that we'd eventually run into each other and maybe hit it off, but I didn't actually see much of her. Unfortunately, it was almost like she was trying to avoid being seen, as she would run out of her door and slam it in the middle of the night all the time. But since the walls were so thin, I could hear most of what she was like without meeting her. She was on her phone a lot, talking really loud to someone on the other side. Every once in a while, she'd have a friend over for the night.
Just stick with the hand. I agree.
But otherwise, she seemed like a nice person to me. There was one night, though, where things seemed off. It was a Sunday night, and I'd fallen asleep quite heavily after hanging out with my friends for a few hours. I woke up in the dead of night to the sounds of shouting and screaming coming through the wall from inside her apartment.
Get out! You're ugly! Like I'd ever.
That's fucked.
It sounded like a heated argument, which was weird. I'd never heard my neighbor fight before. I could tell someone else was in the apartment. They were talking back. Come on, please!
I love Mayo.
I shrugged it off and rolled over in my bed, thinking he was some lackluster playboy getting burnt and butted out. It was none of my business, and I didn't have the energy to do anything about it, so I went back to sleep. But the next morning, I woke up worried. For some reason, I had a sinking feeling about my neighbor. I stepped outside of my apartment and knocked on her door. Hello? There was no answer. I knocked a few more times, but still, nothing on the other side.
Why would he do that? Just let them be.
I sighed in frustration and stepped back. We were on the second floor breezeway, so I leaned up against the railing and looked around the parking lot for her car. The parking spots were assigned in the same order as the apartments.
I would just
so
mind my
her car
own business.
would be right next to mine. Her car is here. I thought I heard the door open.
Oh, hell
but
no.
when I turned back, it wasn't her who answered. The door to the other apartment next to hers was ajar, and the eyes of the neighborhood creep were staring at me. Can I help you? What's the deal with all the knocking? I had no idea he even lived in that unit until then. I never saw him enter or exit once in the months I'd been there. Slowly, I walked up to his doorway, but he continued to hide behind his door. Hey, have you seen your neighbor? Who? The girl, man. You know who I'm talking about. Oh, the girl. Her name was Lily. He scowled at me like I offended him, but I was confused. How did he know her name, and I didn't? Oh, wait, man. What do you mean her name was Lily? I don't know. You don't know? Whatever. Look, I'm worried about her. I heard some crazy stuff from her place last night, and she's not answering her door. Have you seen her recently? I don't know. You don't know if you've seen her recently? Dude, I know your walls are just as thin as mine. I know you heard something weird last night, too. Come on, you heard it, didn't you? I don't know. All of a sudden, I realized just how crazy tense the creep had become. He still held the door half closed with white knuckles, sweat dripping down his forehead. He was no longer actually saying anything, but he never broke eye contact with me for a moment. Hey, I don't want to freak you out. I'm sorry. Why don't we just sit down inside and talk about this? It's early. No! The creep slammed the door shut with surprising strength, and right on my finger.
Oh, hell no. Damn, bro. That's the worst pain ever.
Bastard. I reeled back and reluctantly looked at my hand. Yeah, we'll say that finger was definitely broken. One more thing about cheap rent. You get cheap locks. In the rush of shock and anger, the side of my gnarly finger broke me. I kicked the creep's door as hard as I could, channeling all the pain into it. I really didn't expect it to happen, but the creep's door flew open with a burst of splinters and a wimpy scream from the creep himself. But that didn't matter when I caught a glimpse through his doorway and into his living room. I saw just where my good neighbor had gone. She was chopped up into several pieces, arranged on the floor as part of some ritual involving drawings of her blood, and a lot of her dirty laundry, which I assume he stole. Dozens of bloody bras were strung around his room, along with several clumps of Lily's ginger hair. Some pieces with scalps still attached to it.
Oh, hell no.
Sight was unbearable. I'd seen enough for a morning. I didn't want to fight a guy who chops up bodies, or be his neighbor, for that matter. It was a terrible tragedy what happened to that girl, and I feel stupid and guilty to this day, knowing that I might have been able to do something about it, but didn't even try. I didn't stay for long. Right after I got off the phone with the police, I called my landlord and broke my lease. I couldn't believe I was able to sleep through the murder of my neighbor. All I can say is, this is the last time I will ever rent out a cheap room, because you truly get what you pay for.
I mean, we just don't know where she is.
What the
What
fuck?
about the parking lot area? I think that's where they have recovered the body or whatever they recovered from there.
Body?
Holy shit.
They took out a body earlier. We don't know if it's taken or not. Are you okay, sir?
I think I need to sit down.
Who in that
It was
complex
real.
do I need to talk to? I don't know. Tell me. I want to know. I don't know where she is. Why is there blood in your bathroom? Yes, you do know. Why, Steven? Who did it?
I don't know.
Yo. That's crazy.
I can't imagine most people having enthralling dinners under the roof of a KFC. But I, for one, remember dining there far more times than the average person. It used to be something my parents would do for me and my siblings back in the day. It wasn't enough for them to just bring it home. They wanted it to be more than just takeout. A family outing, they would always say. That said, I couldn't tell you I hated the place until the last time I went, only a few weeks ago. I was just about to move out of my parents' house, and they'd convinced me to go with them to KFC one last time, before I'd taken flight, or whatever. It was purely nostalgic. I don't think any one of us still cared for the food there. It's different now. Anyways, my parents and I were just minding our business in the dining room of the KFC.
KFC is overrated.
Regrettable numbers of questionable
Let's
pieces
be
of fried
honest.
chicken in complete silence. My dad had just excused himself to the restroom after I tried to break the ice by asking what him and my mom would do after I Kentucky Fried Fame. But it couldn't be him. The real Colonel was long dead. Everyone in the building,
It's a look-alike.
the customers and the employees, all turned their heads at this guy. Well, a mighty fine Friday afternoon to y'all. I'm Colonel
Facts.
Sanders.
Yeah.
Right as he started speaking, I think the majority of us dropped our guard. By that point, everyone had seen the new commercials for KFC with that weird-looking spokesman/character person. And this guy nailed the act. It seemed obvious that this was some sort of corporate PR stunt, complete with an actor for the mascot and a room full of real, unwilling customers. For the most part, though, people just shrugged and went back to eating idly as the Colonel continued.
That's pretty
I
realistic.
care indubitably for the quality of my establishments, which is why I'll be performing a full top-down inspection of this franchise today for all of you wonderful folks. Yes, managers, go check for a special message on your computers. The employees seemed to believe the guy too, at least for the moment, so the rest of us went along with it. I was just hoping we weren't being filmed by some hidden camera crew. Though my mother and I went on pretending to talk to each other, we were watching the Colonel from the corner of our eyes. He'd started his... How's your food, sir? The staff treat you well? Everything to your liking? But each time, with every customer, at the end of his question, finger licking good? Most of the responses were a short, yeah, sure, or an, I think we're done here. The Colonel would then hover over them for a few seconds while smirking. He then did the strangest thing. He started licking his own fingers.
Oh,
Slowly,
frick.
people started to become a little more aware of him.
Why he doing
The
it like
scene
that?
was weird as he would stare directly into customers' eyes while doing this action. I just hoped that he wouldn't visit our table. With that being said, he scurried over to us as though he could read my mind.
Damn.
Well, how nice to see a young man repay his mother with a nice dinner. He spoke to both of us, but he only looked at me. And by that I mean, he didn't blink, twitch, or glance away even a little bit. You're a fine young man, ain't you, boy? I started trembling. I knew this dinner was going to be tense, but I hadn't thought I'd be put on the spot quite like this. Thank you, sir. No. Thank you for dining here, son. How's your fried chicken? Tell me, is it up to your standards? I trust you now. My eyes darted around, looking for a response, a sign from my mom, or to see my dad appear from the restroom. But everything seemed frozen. Very suddenly, the Colonel fell to his knees beside me, reaching for my hands. Tell me now, boy, is it finger-licking good?
Yo, what he doing?
He kept leaning in towards me with his mouth hanging open, staring at my fingers, like he himself was about to lick the crumbs off of them. He then yanked that wacko away from me faster than I could even react. The Colonel tumbled to the greasy floor of the dining room. You trying to propose to my son, punk? Get out of here before I make you wish I was a cop. Whoever that guy was, he wasn't official KFC staff, but he was definitely a wimp. He didn't put up any sort of fight after my dad threw him. He just rushed to his feet, laughed at us for a moment, then ran out the door. Come on, Margaret. We're getting out of here. We all got up and left the table. And I think that'll be the last time I ever step foot within 100 feet of a KFC. Later that weekend, my dad caught the news from the local channel which stated, the guy who impersonated the Colonel had gotten arrested the night after we saw him. Reports say he disguised himself as the mascot to get into close proximity with customers to
And
harass
suck
them.
their fingers.
He then took it a step further by grabbing 5 locations before getting caught by the police. Several people were missing fingers from that one spree. I was stunned to think just how close I'd gotten to becoming an unfortunate victim of that weirdo's hunt for greasy fingers. And to this day, I get queasy whenever I see fried chicken.
Well. Sorry I
This
said
is a
it.
true story that happened a couple of years ago, when Tinder was the go-to place for online dating. My experience with Tinder, or should I say with this one individual, was at first a friendly and flirtatious experience turned fatal the further things went. It all started when I was doing night classes at my local community college. At the time, I was studying to get my degree in nursing, so you can imagine
I'm
the
doing that.
monotonous lectures that the course entailed. I would usually take pictures of my friends' notes, so that I didn't have to take notes during lectures. Instead, I would go on Tinder. I was single at the time and figured I could pursue a boyfriend since December was considered cuffing season. I remember messaging this attractive guy who I'll call Ryan, for the sake of this story. Ryan was my type of guy, handsome and someone who enjoyed the nature and wildlife. From his profile pictures, I could see him holding a machete while wearing camo attire. After our initial match, I got to know Ryan a lot more, and found out that he was a huntsman who also enjoyed fishing on his days off. Nonetheless, his good looks and charm gave me good vibes that the other guys on team. My friends and school colleagues suggested I give him a shot at a first date, but I felt like I wanted to take things slow and steady. This is when things took a dark and unexpected turn. One night, my best friend Jenna sends me a link of Ryan's personal Facebook page. As I opened his page up on my desktop computer, I see that he was currently in a relationship with another female of Hispanic descent. I began to act irrational and bombarded him with texts saying stuff like,
Why the hell would you leave me on if you're still in a relationship? I saw your Facebook, buddy.
Not even 10 seconds later, Ryan responds back saying, I was planning on breaking up with her to be with you. I didn't want to be known as a homewrecker, but he was too irresistible to let go of, considering how much in common I had with him. I messaged back saying,
So you're willing to break up with her to be with me?
yes, I'll break it to her later tonight.
How will she take the news?
Sometimes you just gotta kill him with kindness. After an awkward turn of events, I shut off my computer, put my phone on silent, and headed to bed, while brushing the whole notion under the rug that I was going to end a relationship and potentially gain one simultaneously. The next morning, I woke up and checked my cell phone on my nightstand. I remember seeing 2 missed messages from Ryan. I opened them up and saw an image of his girlfriend, except she was bloodied. A good portion of her face was severed off with a second message that read, "Done." After the alleged homicide circulated the news, it was later found out that Ryan had taken his girlfriend's life with his hunting machete. What makes this story more disturbing was how I recall Ryan explicitly saying he was going to quote-unquote kill his girlfriend with kindness prior to breaking up with her. Little did I know that his hunting machete was named Kindness.
I used to be friends with this guy who worked at KFC. His name was Jake. I knew him for years throughout school. When we got out, we ended up getting jobs at the same strip mall. I worked at the GameStop just across the parking lot from the KFC he worked at. I could see the Colonel's sign out of the window all day long, so by the end of my shifts, I was usually craving some fried chicken. Plus, it was always nice to stop by and talk to my friend Jake at the register. After I finished work one night, I decided to buy some chicken for dinner, and to remind Jake to get on Call of Duty once he got home. I knew he was working that night, and he told me his shift would be ending soon after mine. However, I didn't see him when I walked into the restaurant. Actually, there was hardly anyone in there, except one person behind the register where Jake should have been standing. I'd never seen this guy before. For some reason, he looked out of place behind a fast food. To my surprise, however, good evening, to take his own. I felt a little bad for being rude to the guy, but I just felt so much more at ease when he finally walked away. It took him several minutes to come back with my order, even though no other customers came inside or through the drive-thru while I waited. Every one of those minutes was tense. All I wanted to do was get my fried chicken, go home, and play some video games with my friend, wherever he was. When, at last, I finally got my meal,
He's gonna eat his friend. He's gonna eat his friend. Yo, what's up, Sean?
Grin on that weird guy's face as he handed me the bucket. I sped off
He's
in my
gonna eat
car
his
and
friend.
drove home in a rush to get away from him. I changed out of my work clothes in a flash, then got online and ready to game. While I waited for Jake to get on, I started to eat my dinner for the night.
That's
10 delicious pieces of heart-stopping, artery-clogging fried chicken. I remember thinking to myself as I mowed through the pieces, it doesn't even taste like chicken. Maybe it's duck. After a while, I started to slow down. Jake still breaded like fried chicken.
It's a
but
condom.
It was too small to be that. It was a small rectangular thing. Out of curiosity, I fished it out of the bucket. As soon as I picked it up, all the breading crumbled away, revealing a small piece of white plastic with a pin glued onto it.
It's
Did
glitching.
that weird guy lose
Wait,
the name tag in the
is that my voice?
But when I turned it over, the name printed on it was Jake!
No.
The whole time I've been waiting on him, he was wafting into my nose, getting ground between my teeth, and sliding down into my stomach. No, this can't be. I dropped the bucket onto the ground as I trembled at the thought. Was
No,
that
it's the
really
screen.
Jake?
Oh,
I
damn.
couldn't believe it. I picked up my phone and called me to find out that Jake had not come home that night.
He ate him. Damn.
Is it finger licking good?
Protein. I have to sneeze.
I'd started using Tinder just a few weeks prior. I hadn't expected it to work, but within a short time, it seemed to be proving fruitful. One day, I saw this super hot chick right in my area. She was just my type, and she had plenty of great photos on her profile. To my surprise, we matched pretty quickly. We started texting on and off throughout the week. She always took a while to respond, but I figured she was just playing hard to get because all of her texts were heavily flirtatious, saying out-of-pocket things like,
Hey there, Mr. Man. You look pretty hot. Want to make out with me?
What
I really
the hell?
wanted things to go to the next level, so
Mr.
I played
Man.
along. I pulled out all the stops, using all the pickup lines and wit I had. You know, I'm gonna take you out first. Gotta treat a classy girl like you, right? Things got rather heated pretty soon.
How about I just give you a time and a place, and you just do me right?
I'll be there. Eventually, after about a week, we traded phone numbers and I got her to agree to go out on a date. She said she really wanted to go to the movies. I didn't really care where we were, as long as I finally got to meet her. I arrived at the theater around the start of the previews, but she'd already texted me that she was inside.
I'm way up at the very top. XOXO?
When I made my way to the
Interesting.
top row, I saw a girl sitting by herself.
Catfish.
She didn't look exactly like the photos from her profile, but
never
still,
mind.
she was cute. I figured it was just too dark in the theater
Yeah.
to tell, and she had the right brunette hair, so I introduced myself on the steps. Hey there, lovely. Mind if I take a seat?
Excuse me? Who are you?
Oh.
I'm Aaron, from Tinder.
I think you got the wrong girl.
Oh no.
My bad. Sorry about that.
Catfished.
I looked around the theater for another girl sitting alone, but there was hardly anyone in there. Well, there was nobody except her. She was waving at me from the other side of the row.
Oh, hell
Even
nah.
in the dark, I could see enough. As she flailed her arm around, a hefty baggage of fat, flabby skin jiggled around her elbow. Her waist bulged over the armrests of her seat, and she had about $50 of concessions cluttered around herself. I gulped and reluctantly walked over to her. I already knew I'd been severely catfished, but I put myself to just getting through the movie and then never talking to her again.
Hey, hot stuff.
Hi. Once I got close, I noticed even more disgusting details.
I would just leave.
She looked older and more wrinkled
I would just
than
leave.
my grandma,
I'll be like, nope.
which just made all the folds of fat that much more numerous.
I'm out of
She
here.
barely had any hair left on the top of her head, except for a few greasy white wisps. But she made up for it with a scraggly beard nestled between a few of her chins. What I wanted to do was vomit, but I sat down to spite myself. Immediately, she grabbed my hand from my leg and clenched it with an iron grip. She pulled me towards herself and whispered into my ear.
How'd you like to go? You are in your text,
On getting my money's worth out of the ticket.
Bro, it's
She
not
was
worth
still
it.
Squeezing the life out of my hand, licking her lips and letting food spill out of her mouth. I don't think so. How about we just enjoy the movie?
Oh, come on. Aren't you a player? Get over here.
She puckered up and pulled me in her hand and held me still as she kissed me with her Funyun breath. She forced her way into my mouth and then bit my tongue.
Oh, what?
When I tasted blood, something juiced me with extra adrenaline. I punched her in the face and jumped out of my seat. But something was still biting my tongue, pulling it out of my mouth and hanging off my chin. I looked down. It was her dentures, yellowed and covered in food, and still clenched onto me. Ah! I ripped them off and threw them to the floor. Out of grabbing distance, I looked back at her, utterly stunned.
Where you going, baby boy?
She tried to stand up, knocking several empty snack cartons onto the floor, but she didn't get anywhere. She was wedged into her seat by the girth of her hips. It was like watching a train wreck. I couldn't look away. When she finally twisted and heaved herself out of the seat, she immediately collapsed to the floor, then started crawling towards me, rambling unintelligible gibberish. She didn't get very far before she got stuck in the cramped space of the aisle. Suddenly, she started screaming in rage, kicking her feet hopelessly and swiping at me with her meat hooks. You really let yourself go. How embarrassing. I couldn't stand to look at her any longer. I got the heck out of there before anyone else showed up. And really, I needed to get home and wash my mouth out with bleach.
Jesus.
Over 10 years ago now, my parents and I moved into a duplex. It wasn't ideal for a family.
What's
but
a
it was what we
duplex?
could afford after the housing crisis.
What the hell is a
Although I was too
duplex?
young to understand that at the time. Most of our neighbors were friendly.
Looks nice.
The weekend after we moved in, several of them came over for a night of housewarming to welcome the new residents to the neighborhood and that sort of thing. It was getting late by the time they all arrived. My parents told me I was up too far past my bedtime and sent me to my room for the night. That bedroom shared a wall with the living room in which my parents and all the guests were talking. Since I wasn't given much of a choice, I decided to listen in on what the adults were saying. I could hear most of it, but I didn't understand very much. Though, there was one thing I did catch. They talked a lot about our next-door neighbor and the house connected to ours. He used to be a nice guy, but ever since his wife divorced him, he's gone down the deep end. He keeps to himself these days, but I keep an eye out for him. I'll try, but I haven't seen him since we moved in. What's he got behind those hedges, anyway? He gardens. It's all he cares about anymore. He and his wife used to plant all sorts of stuff. She's not around anymore, but I guess he keeps the tradition going. For some reason, the mention of our next-door neighbor gave me the chills. We'd been there for a few days, but I hadn't seen him once. Even to a kid, it was unsettling. I decided to stop eavesdropping and go to sleep. That would be one of the last times I ever got a good night's rest. A few nights later, I was running up and down the stairs when I noticed that we had a window halfway up the stairwell that looked out onto the backyard. I stopped to examine our neighbor's side of the backyard, which he had put up a fence to keep separated from our half. He even planted a 10-foot hedge behind the fence for added scenery, but I could see it all from the stairs. His half of the yard was overgrown with rows of thriving bushes and flowers, with a greenhouse in the far corner. I couldn't see through the glass, though. The inside was thick with vines. As I was watching, I finally saw the neighbor appear from within the greenhouse. He was filthy and fidgeted incessantly. He looked around as if to see if anyone was spying on him, then limped hurriedly into his house. I knew he was up to something fishy. My curiosity had been building since we moved in, and it got the best of me in that moment. I snuck past my parents and went out into the backyard. It was a full moon. While I knew he was still inside, I climbed over the fence and dropped in behind the hedge. I immediately regretted my boneheaded decision, as I was now stuck between the splinters of the fence and the thorns of the thickest hedge I'd ever seen. But I didn't have time to climb back up. The man busted open the back door and barreled outside. I stood motionless and spied him from the shadows as he came back to the greenhouse. This time, he was completely cleaned and dressed in a three-piece suit. He stood before the greenhouse door and straightened his tie, as if he was trying to calm his nerves. I miss you, Martha, but you've made your decision. I will keep our memory alive in the sanctuary of life and greenery. Life that you will nourish and support with your own flesh. The children we planted together are so grateful that you've come back to stay with us. Suddenly, he yanked open the door and went into the greenhouse. He barricaded himself inside for several minutes, and the whole time he was screaming softly and giggling with excitement like a little kid at a sleepover. But in between his clown sounds, I heard sawing and jangling chains.
Bro.
After a while, he stumbled out, panting and filthy again. Under the light of the full moon, I could see that he was not caked with dirt, but with blood. In terror, I watched him slink back into his house to wash up once more. I was mortified, but I had to see what he was doing in there, because he was definitely not gardening. I mustered up the courage to crawl through the bramble of the hedge and sneak up to the greenhouse. I gripped the latch, pulled back the door, and peeked in.
Good night, Jeffrey. What the?
By the hands and feet.
That looks like
Her
something
back
from
was
Stranger
cut
Things.
open, exposing her lungs and spine. Her ribs severed and flayed out like wings. That image, I see it every time I blink, but I couldn't look away. As I stared, I saw something even worse. Her lungs, they were still breathing,
Oh, hell no.
rising and falling before my eyes. I ran away and jumped the fence like an Olympian. At that point, I gave up on being a junior investigator and handed it off to my parents and the police. But no matter what I try to do, even after all these years later, I can't unsee what I saw.
Fuck my eye, bro. It's getting worse. Good night. Good night, QJ.
This is a story I must tell for the sake of my own conscience, and for the sake of anyone who thinks it's harmless to hit on a Hooters girl. For my own protection, I'll go by Lola for the purpose of this story. I had a brief stint as a waitress at a Hooters in the Deep South, and I am now stricken with paralyzing fear at the mere sight of a Hooters.
My eyes are killing
or
me.
even a moderately attractive woman in a tank top and short shorts. I needed a job, and at the time I didn't care if it meant getting gawked at by hungry creeps. Waiting tables at Hooters was better than stripping, though it didn't pay as well. Things started out fine. I was scheduled for the slow hours on the off days, and I thought I was handling it pretty well. The routine was simple. Take the customer's greasy orders, giggle and smile at whatever they say, and collect your tips. Week 2 was when things took a turn. My manager, whom we'll call Shannon, tasked me with waiting on a regular.
I took the
whom we'll call
ibuprofen or whatever.
Immediately, I knew that there was something off about this guy. He sat alone, slouched at a high top in the back corner, underneath a burnt-out light bulb. Even from that distance, he was staring dead at me with piercing, sullen eyes. Nonetheless, I got to it. Those tips don't earn themselves. But once I got close, I started to doubt if he'd even have the cash for the check. He looked like a bum, about to part from the land of the living, and his stench preceded him. I pushed through it. I wouldn't get reprimanded over this guy. I began with the trademark hospitality.
Welcome to Hooters, darling. Would you like to start with a drink?
I'll have a tall glass of you.
Oh, come on. You're a regular. You know better than that.
Clayton then gave me a taste of his wretched halitosis, leaning in far too close for comfort. How do you know I'm a regular here? I haven't seen you around. Them other girls been talking about me, huh? They tell you how good I am with women.
They're just showing me the ropes, dearie. You ready for that drink yet?
Huh. Playing hard to get, I see. Yeah, whatever. I'll have a cup from your freshest pot of coffee, and make sure it's fresh.
Sure thing. And are you ready for an app or an entree? Or do you need another minute?
I'm ready for my meal. I wanted to speed things up so I could get away for some fresh air.
What will it be?
I'll have a sloppy feast between them cheeks.
Ugh.
I was nearly fed up. I turned away to storm off. Hold on there, sweet cheeks. Get me a burger. Shannon knows just how I like it.
Hamburger. Got it.
As I finally walked away, I thought I'd get a break, but then he slapped my butt.
Jerk!
I thought.
You just crossed a hard line, bucko.
I marched up to the bar where my manager was pouring a pint.
Shannon, I've made a mistake. I'm putting...
Shannon hushed me. The customers were always eavesdropping after all.
Now, hold on, sweetie.
She leaned over the bar
My
and
eyes.
whispered into my ear.
I know what you're going through. Since you've done so well so far, I'll go ahead and forgive your little outburst. In return, because I'm such a nice gal, I'm gonna let you in on our little secret for handling our more unsavory patrons. I just need a favor from you. There's a shed behind the restaurant. I need you to invite our nuisance back there for a little private session. You feel me? Shannon, I will not. I said, do you feel me?
I should have quit right then and there. I should have just bolted out the door and never looked back. Unfortunately, my bank account wouldn't let me walk out just yet. I sighed and obliged, returning to Clayton's table. Getting him to follow me was a breeze. At the mere suggestion of a close encounter with yours truly, he hopped off his stool and shadowed me like a dog. I could almost hear him panting behind me. I'm not gonna lie, I felt pretty powerful in that moment, having such complete control over this fool. Still, I was trembling internally about what laid ahead. My guess was as good as yours. I was hoping there'd be muscle waiting at the back door to beat him into a pulp and teach him a lesson. But when we got out and there was nothing but an open field to greet us, that hope vanished. Since battery was literally my best case scenario, I was having serious regrets about going along with this. I swallowed my fear and continued to the dilapidated shed where Shannon waited for us with a keychain in hand. So this is the Love Shack, huh? Looks just like the place I had a threesome back in '93.
I'm sure it does, Clayton.
Shannon was still placating him. Then, she unfastened the padlock and
Yo,
yanked
what's she
the
doing?
chain off the barn door, pulling it open with one slow creaking motion. It was broad daylight outside, but the interior of the shed was engulfed in shadow. A smell like spoiled beef wafted outward, but Clayton did not take heed. He grabbed my hand and pulled me into it. Deep into the dark, I wriggled free of Clayton's grasp and waited anxiously for my eyes to adjust. Sounds unfolded all around me. The rummaging of Clayton undressing, the door squealing shut, wicked giggling, footsteps. Then, Shannon turned on the light. In that moment, Clayton and I suddenly related on something. Utter shock as we took in our new surroundings. This was no ordinary shed. A single old-timey light bulb hung from a chain, casting a sinister orange glow on the shelves, cluttered with human bones, rotting guts,
No more.
and the tools of torture.
I'm done.
Everything was coated
No
in
more.
blood splattered from barbaric
No more.
wounds. Dried urine spilled by victims who couldn't hold it in with all their fright, and so much other filth I don't even want to mention. In the center of it all was an examination chair straight out of a psych ward, complete with the add-ons of a demented sadist. That room. I see it in my nightmares every single night. Poor Clayton didn't even have time to run for the door. I watched in terror as Shannon clubbed him over the head with a meat tenderizer, sending his half-nakedness clattering to the squalid ground. Shannon heaved him up with surprising strength, fastening his body into the torture chair with death-stained leather straps strangling all his pressure points.
Now do you see, Lola?
Shannon stared into my soul with eyes of pure lunacy.
This is how we handle the stress brought on by waste of flesh like him.
I had no words. Shannon still held the meat tenderizer with white knuckles in one hand, holding out a rusty chef's knife in the other.
Would you like to make the first cut?
I stuttered like an idiot.
What?
Suddenly, Clayton came to. Don't do this! I'm a cop! You'll rot for this! Shannon struck him in the face with the tenderizer multiple times, turning his face into a mess like a bloody waffle.
I can't believe I forgot to gag you.
Shannon went searching through the shelves for a diseased cloth to shove in his mouth. While she had her back turned, I saw my opening and burst out of the door. I fled for my life, sprinting with more speed and stamina than I'd ever mustered before. I wasn't about to get involved in this demonic release, and I wasn't about to meet the fate of a brainless horror film floozy. I wasn't feeling the generosity of heroism or responsibility. I entered unconditional self-preservation mode and skipped town. I left everything behind. Since then, I've changed my name, my hair, my whole wardrobe, and moved to an entirely different region of the United States. I've tried as hard as I can to forget about everything I saw and keep myself from the crosshairs of the law and that honking hooter serial killer. As far as I'm concerned, they all deserve to be abandoned to their fates. I just can't move on. That's why I'm putting this story out to the world, in the hopes that people on the edge of catastrophe will hear this and think twice. If you value your life whatsoever, for God's sake, don't hit on the waitress.
This is a deadly tale that would leave one shook to their very core. What makes things worse was how I had to experience it and live to tell about it. The depictions of what transpired are very disturbing, and to what some would refer to as inhumane. I still don't understand why things happened the way they did. All I know is that I am truly scarred for the rest of my life. It all started when I was in my late 20s. I was currently living with my parents and had saved up a considerable amount financially. Of course, being in my late 20s, I desperately wanted to move out, so I began looking for some real estate agents to help search for an affordable house. After a month or two of heavy searching, I found a local agent who had a decent amount of experience. I remember he was showcasing a house for sale that was about an hour away from my parents' place. My agent ended up scheduling an open house appointment so that I could take a house tour to see if I was interested. When that day finally arrived, my agent and my dad and I drove to the destination on a Sunday afternoon. On our way there, I recall seeing dozens of farms, farm animals, and farmers. This part of town was obviously where the countryside was, so it was quite the drastic change compared to the city life I was used to. When we arrived there, I remember seeing a decent-sized home with a for sale sign on the lawn. At first glance, the house looked pretty decent. I could honestly tell that whoever lived in that house knew how to keep their home pretty well kept. As we made our way onto the front porch, we got greeted by a middle-aged couple. The man introduces himself and his wife as Joe and Sally. My agent introduces my dad and I respectively as we all began making our way inside the house. I recall the house not being too big, but relatively decent size. It consisted of 2 floors with 2 bedrooms and 1 washroom. To be honest, I was already sold on the place. The house met all my needs and seemed to be in pretty pristine condition. I expressed my intentions with the homeowners and could visibly see how excited the couple got. I assumed they were excited to move out and wanted to get rid of the burden of having the house on sale. We then proceeded to make our way out of the house, and from the corner of my eye, I saw the couple looking at the ceiling with their hands clasped together, chanting a prayer.
Oh, hell no.
I found it a bit alarming, but shrugged the notion off, assuming they were just really religious. After a week of consulting with my agent and parents, I concluded with the decision of proceeding with the purchase. The house was being sold at a surprisingly low price, which obviously fit within my budget. I ended up signing all the paperwork and put a down payment on the house. During my first day of moving in, my dad and older cousin helped me move some furniture into my new home. I recall seeing my new neighbor standing outside his front porch. He looked like an older gentleman that was roughly within his late 40s. We both made eye contact and I saw him politely waving at me. I then waved back at him and said, "Hey, you must be my new neighbor." "Indeed. My name is Sebastian, but you can call me Bash for short." "Okay, nice to meet you, Bash. I'm Jack. Do you require any help moving your belongings in?" "No, it's fine, I think." "Nonsense. Let me give you a hand." Sebastian then inserts himself within my parameters and casually introduces himself to my dad and cousin. Throughout the rest of the day, we successfully moved our belongings within the household and share a few laughs with Sebastian. Despite the initial odd introduction, he turned out to be a pretty laid-back kind of guy. We all even shared a beer or two as the night was pretty swell to say the least.
At around 11 p.m., my dad and cousin finally left the house, leaving Sebastian and I alone. I noticed Sebastian staring at a painting of Mona Lisa in my living room. The painting was a gift from the previous owners, so seeing him stare at it so intently was quite the scene to see. That's when I asked, "Hey, big fan of paintings, are you?" "Yes, Mona Lisa is one beautiful woman, isn't she?" Yeah. I'm the one who painted this." "Oh, really now?" "Yes. I actually gave it to the owners before you came here as a welcome to the neighborhood gift. I suppose they passed the gift to you now, huh?" "Yeah, they did. Well, if you painted this, then you are very talented, sir. May I tell you something, Jack?" Sure, man. "I used to live in this house for decades, long before the previous owners did." I found Sebastian's statement a bit strange, seeing as he lived next door, so I said, "So, why did you move from this house to next door?" "Well, my daughter ran away from home not too long ago. However, I've always wanted a bigger living space. I figured if I stayed in the area, she might come back home one day. That's why I moved next door. It also has 2 extra rooms in this house, so yeah." "Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, sir. I hope she shows back one day." "And I also moved out because the house might be haunted." "What?" "I'm just kidding, Jack. Anyway, I'll see you around." "Okay, see you later, Bash." As Sebastian heads out the front door, I couldn't help but feel a sense of paranoia from the whole haunted remark. And why the hell he would joke about such a sensitive topic regarding his daughter. Even though he said he was joking, I couldn't tell if he was bluffing or just trying to cover up the fact that the place was actually haunted. Nonetheless, I knew that when we inevitably crossed paths again, I would double down and address the bizarre remark. After about a week in the new house, I could honestly say that living there was swell, except my paranoia grew stronger as the days went by. I couldn't help but stutter every time I heard the floor creak or the wind howling from outside my window, as I attributed it to Sebastian's haunted remark. The employees at my workplace even noticed how drowsy I was every time I showed up to work. I had lost a considerable amount of sleep every day. I couldn't help but feel a little frustrated considering I hadn't seen Sebastian since the day I moved in. It was almost as if he had isolated himself in his house or had completely relocated somewhere else. It was hard to track his whereabouts as I didn't know if his vehicle was in his garage or not. This is when the story gets extremely disturbing. There was one night when I remember tossing and turning in my bed from the non-stop creaks and sounds coming from my house. I decided to get up from my bed and cautiously walk towards my bedroom door. I could hear subtle sounds coming from downstairs. It didn't sound like the typical creaking sounds I usually heard, just a subtle male voice mumbling some kind of gibberish. I made sure to tiptoe my way towards the top of the staircase. As I began making my way towards the bottom of the stairs, I attempted to not make any sounds with each gradual step I took. The mumbling sound began to intensify. Someone was definitely down there. I eventually make it halfway through the staircase and saw Sebastian standing in my living room facing the Mona Lisa painting. My first instinct was to yell, "Get the hell out of here, I'm calling the cops," but I didn't want to potentially compromise my life, so I remained crouched down with my hand over my mouth. I couldn't help but feel emotions of anger and disgust as I asked myself,
Emily.
why the hell is this guy in my house in the middle of the night?
What's up?
How the hell did he get inside? Was
Nah,
he the
I'm
one
not
causing
doing that.
the creaking sounds this whole time? Panic began rushing through my veins when I could make out some of the words he was saying. "You're in a better place now, baby girl. Daddy still loves you, okay? You were the best girl a father could ever ask for. I loved every single moment we shared. I hope you can forgive me for what I did.
Oh, hell
Just
no.
know, Daddy did what he had to do, so he wouldn't go to jail. See you in the next life, baby girl. Sleep tight." Sebastian
what the heck?
walks away as I hear him exit through the back door and lock it upon his exit.
Oh yeah, by the way, the guy we were watching
To
yesterday,
the house. I
at
made
the end
sure
of
to
the
keep the
video when
lights
I
off, as
finished
didn't
it
want to give
today,
Sebastian any
he
indication
got
that I had
arrested.
awoken. I
He's
grabbed my
arrested.
phone and dialed 911. The operator then said,
911, what's your emergency?
I don't remember for how
Someone
many
just broke into my house.
months
I
or
think it's my
years, but
neighbor.
he's arrested right
Okay,
now.
sir, please remain on the line. We're sending a unit your way.
Well, hurry up. He might come back.
Sir, can you please confirm your address?
I have no idea.
That's when I placed my phone on the floor and approached one of my closets that held some outdoor equipment. I grabbed an axe and a hard hat with a flashlight attached to it and began walking towards the Mona Lisa portrait. I put the hard
Thank
hat
God.
on and turned on the
You guys should go
flashlight
to jail.
attached to it. Now, I'm not sure what possessed me to do
Yeah, man.
this, but the portrait fueled my anxiety to the point where I completely yanked it off the wall and tossed it into the corner. My speculations were accurate. There behind the painting lied a patched-up component to the wall.
To bail him out, there's like
previous
no
to the
amount,
patch,
so
considering the
you can't
color
even
of it
bail
was
him out.
different compared to the rest of the interior. That's when I raised my axe and began hacking at the wall like a maniac. At this point, all I could see was red. I completely obliterated the wall with every bad intention I had built up that night. The more destruction I caused, the more shocking secrets began unveiling themselves.
Oh, hell no.
There behind the wall, like the rotting corpse of a young girl, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was
You were
living with a dead
traumatizing me.
corpse in my wall the whole time. Sirens
But he
from
was
police
funny
cars
though.
began roaming the streets. Blue and red headlights flashed through my window and into my house.
He had a
I
transformation
rushed to my
today.
front door and began
He had a
waiting
haircut
for
that
the
looked like
police.
Wolverine, and
After
then he looked like
disclosing
Shaggy.
details of the newly discovered corpse and the appearance of my neighbor in my house.
It was crazy.
The police began
He went from Wolverine, then Shaggy.
as they couldn't barge
Stop,
in
what are you?
without a search
What are we watching now?
About several minutes later, a loud bang could be heard within his house. It was later
Oh,
found
damn.
out that Sebastian had pulled a gun on himself and completely blew his brains out.
Damn.
The corpse that was
Bro,
discovered
offed
in my
himself.
house was indeed his daughter. Before I or any of the previous tenants had moved in, Sebastian had claimed that his daughter was a runaway. But the truth was, Sebastian had abused his daughter for years and eventually killed her. He hid her deceased body in the wall and patched it up before finally putting the house
What
up
the
for sale.
fuck?
Sebastian would use a famous portrait of Mona Lisa as a cover-up gift for new tenants.
Still watching
Some
this.
speculate that he moved next door because he wanted to further abuse the spirit of his daughter. I believe it was because the spirit of his daughter tormented him every night, in the same way she did to me.
Oh, hell nah. This is creepy.
I was a high school graduate that recently got
Not
hired
again.
for full-time work at KFC. We were the biggest chicken venue around town, as places like Popeyes weren't as big of a franchise at the time. Our hours of operations were usually 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., sometimes 12 p.m. for close if it was the weekend. The job came second nature to me. It was always clock in, clean up, fry the chicken, and of course assist any customers at the cashier. There was one memorable time when I was on my way to work and I encountered a homeless man that literally dressed up as the Colonel. I was initially a little skeptical that he was homeless from his fancy attire, but from the rumors circulating from the other
Oatmeal,
employees, he had recently started panhandling
apples,
around the area for
half
the
of
past
a
several
rotisserie
weeks.
chicken
As I made my
from
way towards
Costco,
the front door, the Colonel raises his plastic cup
a
at
can
me
of
and
chicken
says,
breast,
"Relax,
more apples,
spare an old fella some change?"
bread, mayo,
Sir, I only make minimum
ketchup,
wage. If it wasn't for me, KFC
Halo
wouldn't
Top
exist,
strawberry
kid. At
protein
least
ice
spare me
cream,
some leftover chicken
and now
during your
Nutella.
lunch break, okay? Get a job, old man. The first initial weeks of the job were swell, but things took a sudden turn for the worse. We had started running low on chicken, and my boss began to point the finger at me. He assumed I had been taking home chicken after my shift was done, but I assured him it wasn't me. This began happening on multiple occasions where large batches of chicken suddenly started disappearing. It had come to a point where my boss began to threaten my job.
Yeah.
I pleaded with my boss to investigate the day shift employees, but it was impossible for them to be the culprits as he supervised them during
What
that
did you eat
shift.
to end your fast?
Stop eating my chicken, kid!
That's a lot of apples,
Sir,
yeah.
it's not me. I bring my own lunch. If any more chicken goes
Yo, that's the
missing
guy
in
from
this kitchen, you're
Spider-Man,
fired. You hear
the
me?
boss.
Yes, sir. It was finally that time again. The night shift. Or should I say, my potential last shift at KFC. My pride and ego wouldn't allow me to accept the fact that I was being falsely accused. So I remained at the front counter, while occasionally looking behind my shoulder every 5 minutes or so.
The time was roughly 11:50 p.m. on a Friday. I was just about to wrap up another successful shift until I heard
rice,
a loud
meat,
thud
and
coming from the
veggies.
kitchen area.
W.
I began to cautiously walk to the back and saw no sign of anything. No raccoons, no lurking intruders, just the standard kitchen appliances with the drive-through window securely locked in place. That's when I heard a sound coming from the stock room where we kept all our inventory.
Oh, hell no.
I could hear the sound of vigorous chewing as I approached the door. I knew someone had to be in there eating all our fried chicken. Was this going to be the day I finally catch the culprit in the act?
I low-key want to fast with only water. Don't do it.
Unveiling the same colonel I had seen before, dousing his face with fried chicken. My suspicions were accurate. The reason for all the missing chicken stood
I would do
there
the same
before
thing.
me. How the hell did you get in here? Boy, I couldn't resist. I'll make a big enough batch to feed the whole town, might I say. It was you. You were the one that was eating our chicken the whole time. How could I not? It's so finger-licking good.
Why not? It's a great idea. Hell no.
The door shut, making sure to lock it so I didn't have to get physical with the colonel. He then started violently punching the door with his bare fists as I stood back in awe, not knowing whether I should call the cops or run the hell out of there. Open the door, or I'm gonna show you a new meaning of finger-licking good, kid. Leave me alone before I call the cops. I sprinted towards the front counter while arming myself with a knife from the kitchen. I began dialing 911 while trying to explain to the operator the bizarre situation I was in. After a long 10 to 15 strenuous minutes,
it's not like,
the police finally showed face.
Well, no.
I began directing them to the stock room where I had initially trapped them in. A group of armed policemen rammed their way through the door only to see no sign of the colonel. What we then discovered was that there was a panel on the ceiling that had been removed, thus allowing access for any culprit to enter and exit the building at their convenience. After further investigation, it was later found out through parking lot surveillance cameras that the colonel had been sneaking through the KFC building every night through the same panel on the roof leading to the stockroom. He had been eating
Let's just say if I
God
do.
knows how long. What makes the story more discomforting was how he would casually jump across the roof and into the KFC bucket sign, just so he could crawl inside and sleep there every night. All I know is that man is mentally sick in the head and needs to seek some kind of professional help. Dale, is it finger-licking good?
Is it? Is it, Emily? Is it finger licking good? I'm still trying to figure that part out. This is the last one, and then we go Mimi's. You understand?
Over by the left, you can clearly see what looks to be the parents looking over their 8 children or so. You can see a pet dog and cat. But over by the right is a mysterious giant black figure. More context will be explained during and at the end of the story. Here's what the story looked like. My wife and I used to have this running joke about our kids. We'd say we'd lose track of how many people were in the house if we kept having so many children. That's definitely in the category of dad jokes, but it started to get old even for me around the time we had our 8th kid. By then, the house was in such a constant state of disorder that it wasn't even funny anymore. It got to the point that it was a little embarrassing. Maybe even a fire hazard. I guess we were lucky that it wasn't a fire that made us come to our senses about keeping the house a little more organized. But I'd argue what actually happened could have been just as bad, if not worse. It's one of those things you would struggle to believe on TV, but when you see it happen to your own family, you aren't afforded the luxury of disbelief. I always thought a house full of kids and animals would be its own security system. I mean, with 10 humans and a dog and some other creatures, you'd think there would always be at least one of them awake to sound the alarm if they notice something. But if the business-as-usual state of the household is absolute chaos, nobody ever knows what's going on and can decipher between normal and not normal. And even
Let's figure looking good, huh? I'm not Sleeping Monkey. You probably are. I'm not. Damn.
Like a 5-year-old boy's drawings, for instance.
Not good.
They always look kind of deranged and manic, just because a 5-year-old only knows how to scribble with crayons. But for the most part, they're harmless. 90% of them are the same thing anyway. Just a bunch of stick figures with names and a couple defining features here and there. Maybe a table or a chair, and with boys, sometimes there's a gun or a decapitation or some crude act of violence as seen in movies and video games. But that's all normal kid stuff. At least I think so. Every once in a while, though, something a kid of mine does makes me do a double take. Most recently, it was my youngest son, Brandon. I honestly forgot exactly how old he was when this happened, but I think he was around 4 or 5 years old. The first thing I noticed was that he wasn't sleeping right. I wake up
go
at
to
dawn
sleep
every day
earlier.
to go to work. And usually the only other person who's awake in the house at that time is the dog waiting for me to let it out. However, one morning, Brandon was sitting at the dining room table, lazily scribbling on a piece of paper with a bunch of crayons around it. It was like he'd been up all night just layering colors over the same piece of paper with a picture of the family on it. Hey, bud, what you doing there? Drawing. Well, I can see that, but what are you drawing? Is that Mommy and I and your siblings? Maybe I'm just a silly old man, but it looks like you drew too many people, buddy. There's
Go to
only
sleep.
10 of us, plus the dog and cat, and... No, I can count to 10. I'm just drawing my friend, too. Oh, your friend is, pretty tall there, buddy. Where'd you meet them? Here. Here? In the house? When? I don't really remember. I saw her last night, though. Dad, is she allowed in the house? A chill ran down my spine. I froze for a moment while my little boy stared me down the way that only children can. When they ask you a question you are not prepared to answer. Don't worry about it, kiddo. You probably just dreamed it up. Okay. I just didn't want to freak him out. Or tell the family and have them freak out. Every once in a while, a kid will make something up.
Hell nah.
But I just had a funny feeling about this one. This was one of those cases when a kid sees something they weren't supposed to see. And they weren't even aware it was wrong. I figured I'd let them stay calm for the moment. I knew my wife was going to be home all day, so I went ahead and went off to work despite the goosebumps. But for the whole day, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I tried to distract myself with a task, but every time I got into something, I would get distracted with another realization, some new pair of dots that I connected. I knew I had a lot of kids and the house was always a little messy, but recently things had gotten worse. Things had started going missing or showing up in the wrong place. Misplaced pieces of sentimental clothing.
I'm scared of this
Toys that
shit.
were fine one evening and broken in the morning. And nobody fessing up to getting out of bed past their bedtime. Little things. My heart was racing by the time I got home. And it sank when I saw my son in the exact same spot when I left 8 hours ago. By then, there were several more drawings in all different colors of crayon. They were all basically the same thing. The classic family portrait, where everyone in the family was one color in one drawing and all different colors in the others. But in every single one, there was a figure in deeply pressed black wax with a distorted face and long, messy hair. That's when I knew I had to do something. I left right away and bought a bunch of security cameras along with a whole new set of power tools.
It's
I
very
spent
creepy.
the evening drilling holes and mounting cameras in the corners of the hallways in the living room.
That's smart.
And even some of the bedrooms.
That's smart.
And each one I tried to hide with some out-of-season holiday decorations, so they wouldn't be obvious to any would-be intruders.
Good.
Honestly, I was hoping I'd just gone crazy. That I'd gotten so overworked and scatterbrained that I let the imaginations of a kindergartner get to me. But the very next morning, everything came to light. There really had been
It's
someone
not going
sneaking
to
in
let
the
me sleep.
house. A woman digging through my family's laundry and trying on her clothes.
Oh,
rummaging through my
no,
children's
bro.
toy chests and stealing the most valuable items she could find. Using my bathrooms to relieve herself.
Bro.
And even eating the food out of the kitchen. I worked so hard to keep stock for my family. She even had the audacity to drink the milk straight out of the jug.
I do that.
Spreading her germs to every single person in the house. I don't know how my stupid dog didn't raise hell when it saw this woman. But I guess she was some kind of dog whisperer, or maybe my dog is just a spineless coward. Because all I saw my dog do was run away and hide. I don't know how, but I guess my youngest son was lying awake one night and caught a glimpse of her. Unsure if it was one of his sisters, his imagination, or something else.
No, if I saw that.
Of course I called the cops immediately and had the woman arrested that night. We made sure she faced the proper punishment of the law. But I still have nightmares about those happenings.
I would have fucking beat the shit out of her.
And my wife thinks it too. We always think, maybe
And been like, she was trespassing. I use self-defense.
We would have noticed the evidence of that woman's intrusion before.
If I saw that, I would have get a bat and thrown. Yeah. I would have beat the shit out of her for freaking being in my house for days. Fucking bitch. Eating my food. Using my bathroom. Huh. The dog. You're killing me. Imagine. Oh, hell no. This is very creepy.
This, hands down, has got to be the most creepiest story on the channel. Sometimes, kid drawings could look innocent, but when you dive into the true meaning behind the drawing, you can really discover some terrifying things. Here, you see an innocent-looking cat, but when you see what happens at the end of the story, you may question your sanity. Here's what it looked like. Most kids develop strange habits at some point during their childhood. Imaginary friends, eccentric
I forgot to tell you,
or other
but I
strange
dyed
compulsive
my hair
behaviors.
today. Oh yeah.
They can be brought
Does it
on
look
by
good?
just about anything, and the only limit is the imagination of the child. So I'm sure you can imagine my bewilderment when my teenage daughter started seeing the ghost of our recently deceased cat. Now, the teenage years of a kid's life is about the time when they start finding reasons to be mad and indignant with authority, as they begin to voice their disagreements with their parents. But all that stuff is usually over
That's
things
you,
like
Emily.
curfews and bedtimes and chores, not about a disagreement over whether or not the cat is still alive. I knew that cat was dead for a fact. I was the one who tried to catch it when it broke out of the house and ran out in front of a speeding car, getting itself turned to roadkill.
Yeah, I think I have to buy more because it's a bit brown.
Despite that,
But I want
my
it lighter.
daughter managed to find a way to blame
Stop.
me for the cat's death because I scared it or something. I didn't care though. I didn't get mad back or anything like that because on a deeper level I understood what my daughter was going through. And to some extent, I did agree that some of her stress was my fault. I'd recently taken a new job opportunity that required my family to move to a different city. My daughter detested this because she had been very involved with her old school. I felt bad, so I tried to make it up to her.
I bet you would be happy moving away.
For her room so she could stay in
I would.
touch with her old
No,
friends
I
over
don't know.
that internet thing the kids were all talking about. My wife and I even took her to the pound and let her pick out a cat for us to adopt. These things combined seemed to do the trick with keeping our daughter happy. However, when the cat died, things became worse than ever. At first, it just seemed like she was not properly processing the grief. For a few days, she didn't say anything. She didn't go to school. All she did was draw. I'd go into her room from time to time to remind her to study and stay caught up. But it was like she didn't even notice my presence. She just kept drawing pictures of the cat, like a little kid with a brand new box of crayons would. Except, her drawings of the cat were actually pretty good. When she finally started talking again, my wife and I wanted to celebrate. But we couldn't, because our daughter wasn't talking to us. She was talking to the cat.
Oh, I'm so glad you came back, Precious. You really are precious, aren't you? Yes, you are.
Who are you talking to, sweetie?
I'm talking to Precious, obviously. She came back. I guess that means you have to start buying cat food again. Don't forget, she's so hungry.
My wife and I were taken aback. Our daughter had never had an imaginary friend before, so it was that much stranger to see her develop one now. Or at least, that's the way things looked. We tolerated the strangeness for the time being, however, as our daughter at least seemed to be happier. She started to go back to school again, which we felt was good. The only problem was that when she came home from school every day, she would start doing her old routine of taking care of the cat. Dishing out some food and water, petting it, and talking to it and carrying it around. Except there was nothing there. She was just pantomiming. Still, We appeased her.
Take that
got a few
kid back.
cans of cat food, thinking that she would surely come to her senses at any
What
moment.
the hell?
But that's not what happened. We watched her set the food out, and the next day it would be gone. We didn't have a dog, so to us, there was only one explanation. Wendy, we need to talk. We've noticed that you've been talking to yourself lately, and we're worried. And about the cat food, you haven't been eating it, have you?
Is that a cookie?
Oh my god, no. What do you
You can see it, huh?
Precious has been eating it, obviously.
But
Give
Precious
me.
isn't here anymore, sweetheart.
It's an oatmeal
She's not
cookie.
coming back.
What do you mean? She's right
It's
here
an
in
oatmeal
my
cookie.
arms.
Look at that.
You guys are so blind. I can't stand
Take a bite.
you.
My wife and I just didn't have a clue on what to do.
Take a bite.
That night, I was losing sleep, stuck awake worrying that my daughter had gone crazy. That's when I heard a noise from downstairs.
Open
It
wide.
sounded exactly like a cat
Yum 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 yum
sharpening
yum
their
yum
claws,
yum
tearing up some
yum yum yum
fabric.
yum
My
yum
wife had
yum
managed to
yum
get
yum
to
yum
sleep,
yum
so I
yum
dared
yum
not
yum
ruin her
yum yum.
rest. I jumped up out
Stop!
of bed and threw on my rug and walked downstairs by myself.
My cookie.
I found the back of the living room
No.
sofa had been torn to shreds, like a neurotic feline with abandonment issues had been locked in there alone. I was immediately flushed with a mixture of frustration
I took a big
and
bite.
horror.
Damn.
Then, a door upstairs slammed shut. I knew that it was my daughter's room. I rushed upstairs, but instead of barging into her room, I stalled. I saw two shadows shifting in the light, spilling out from beneath the door. I heard my daughter talking to herself again, but this time I heard meowing in response. I quietly shuffled up to the door and put my ear against it. I swear I could hear purring. When I thought I'd heard enough, I swung open the door, somehow thinking that I'd see some random stray cat living in my daughter's room. But of course, there was nothing. She was just laying on her bed, acting like she was holding something, petting it and smiling at it and kissing it. I gasped in complete shock at the sight of my daughter acting like a schizophrenic. Wendy jumped up in surprise when she noticed me.
What are you doing? Haven't you heard of knocking?
What? But what are you doing? It's a school night. You should be
Killing me.
sleeping. At a loss for words to say
She's
or
scary.
actions
She's
to
you.
take, I very awkwardly retreated back through the doorway and gently closed the door. I listened in again, but she turned the light off and didn't make any more noise. The next day, after I'd gotten home from work and Wendy was back from school, I thought I'd try something. I found a camera I'd gotten from a relative the previous Christmas. A regular old film camera with most of the shots left in it from the first film reel we'd ever loaded into it. So, Wendy, I know we've been having some disagreements about Precious. You believe she's still around, and your mother and I believe that she isn't. I thought of a good way that we could find out once and for all who's really right.
With pictures? Okay, let me go get her.
She left the room to retrieve the cat, returning with her arms stretched out in a weird position as though she was holding a fully grown house cat. She smiled and I framed up the camera, then snapped the picture. When the flash went off along with the click of the mirrors inside the camera, Wendy flinched and dropped her arms.
Oh no, that scared her.
She ran off in pursuit of the phantom feline. I wasn't able to get Wendy to take any more pictures with the cat. Apparently, it was thoroughly frightened by the sight and sound of the camera. One was all I needed, though. I took the film roll to the photo lab and had it developed as soon as possible. I waited until my wife and my daughter were both home before opening
Brought that
the
kid
envelope.
to the
We were all
adoption
sitting
center.
on the couch together when it was
Yeah.
revealed. Wendy was ecstatic. To this day, I still can't explain it. I've stopped trying to. The picture I took.
I've seen
even though
this
I
one
saw that
before.
There was no cat when I took that photo. The photo itself contained
It's actually
a
based on a real
flawless image of
story.
Precious, sprawled out in my daughter's
Look.
arms, exactly the way it would have been if it had really
They have the
been
real
there.
photo.
This image is allegedly the same image taken by the family of the daughter and her quote-unquote invisible cat. When the family got the picture developed, this is what they found. This is just downright terrifying, as the cat seemingly appears in the girl's hands, despite nothing being
That's
there
crazy.
when the photo was taken. The next story was inspired by this disturbing drawing that had surfaced the internet for quite some time. It, of course, involves a female named Valerie, who discovers a very unsettling drawing upon some kid's nightstand she was looking after. You won't believe what went down that night, as Valerie was literally trapped in a house of horrors. Here's what it looked like. I'm currently in college and live on the res. When I come home for the summer break, I take on odd jobs from house sitting to babysitting, just to bring in some extra cash to save up for the fall semester. I've been babysitting every summer since I was 15, so the families in my hometown were quite familiar with me. I run an ad on Craigslist for my services, so I was accustomed to getting calls from all sorts of area codes. Unfortunately, business was running a little slower than usual, but through word of mouth, I was recommended to babysit for this new family that had moved into town. They had a son named Lucas, who was around the age of 7, and needed to be looked after every Friday. They were posh and elegant folks that lived in a large upscale house.
Me wondering why I don't
say. A successful lawyer, and the mother was some young broad that probably reaped all the rewards from that guy. Over the next couple of Fridays, I had gone to babysit Lucas at their home.
I'm here watching this
was
with
quite
you.
Laid back. The kid was well-mannered and easy to watch. He was punctual when it came to his bedtime, and after reading a couple of bedtime stories of
it's
his
still early,
choice,
so it's
he was
fine.
out cold. The parents came home.
But you better go to sleep after
and
this.
off to my house I went. Considering the family paid me an incalculable amount for just a few hours on a Friday night, I usually took any offer they threw in my direction. But one day, the mom called me and pitched an unexpected offer that went against my policy.
Hello? Valerie, it's Mrs. Holloway. I've got another job for you. Mr. Holloway and I will pay you a flat rate of $200, but we need you to stay the weekend.
I don't know about that.
Oh no, I'm sorry, Mrs. Holloway.
There are no
I don't do
excuses.
overnights.
I'm not the reason.
What if we offered a flat rate of $400?
I was hesitant in taking the offer, but the money she was offering was inconceivable. I'd be an idiot to pass up that opportunity. I agreed to bend my rules for them as Lucas was easy to take care of. The weekend came and I packed a suitcase to get me through 2 days. Mrs. Holloway gave me a walkthrough on how to use the appliances in the kitchen for when I cook food for Lucas. She was even going to show me the guest room where I was going to settle in. The couple eventually left and it was just myself and Lucas. I asked him what he wanted to do and he insisted on spending time in his bedroom drawing. I remember leaving his door open while I went to the guest room across from his and began watching TV. I checked in on Lucas every half hour to an hour or so, and found it rather strange that the kid wanted to spend all his time drawing, considering all the video game consoles he had in the living room. After a few minutes of prepping our respective plates, I went up to Lucas's room and noticed he was still honed in on his drawings. I could hear him utter some gibberish while simultaneously drawing as I knocked on his door and said,
Lucas, dinner's ready.
It goes here. This goes here.
Lucas, I said dinner's ready.
Bring it up here. Can't you see I'm busy?
I couldn't believe what I was
hell
hearing.
no.
I was visibly taken aback and knew he could see it too, due to the expression on my face. He then put his markers down and came down to the dining area, where I then served dinner. We both sat and ate in silence. I couldn't help but feel the awkward tension in the air as I could sense he was
I don't care.
to his room and draw more. As I tried to spark up some conversation, Lucas didn't say a word. He didn't even acknowledge my existence as he kept his eyes glued to his plate. I couldn't help but feel baffled. It was almost if I was talking to another kid from the complete 180 he pulled since our first interaction. I began to question if I had done something wrong, but the little brat just kept
Why he's so
ignoring
black?
me. Lucas then excused himself and headed back to his room. To be honest, I didn't know
I'm
how
blaming
to feel
you.
or act.
What? I didn't
so
do
I just
anything.
kept my mouth shut and played the waiting game till the parents arrived. As I cleaned up after the two of us, I headed upstairs and could see Lucas back at it again with his drawings through the narrow opening of his door. During the rest of my stay there, it had become a daily thing, maybe an hourly thing, or even an every minute kind of thing, where Lucas would completely indulge himself in his
not to
drawings
sleep.
every time I passed by his room. Every time
I did not do
asked him to
anything.
come down and
We're
eat,
watching
he would
cartoons.
just shout stuff like, "I'm busy! Leave!" and pointed out the door like I was some dog or something. I then came to the realization that the kid I once thought was charming and funny was anything but an obsessed
We're watching Family
narcissist
Guy.
who was infatuated with his artistic craft and nothing else. I didn't bother to alert his parents and opted to just ride out the rest of the gig till his parents arrived back, as I knew this would be the last time I would ever babysit this kid again. On the last night, just an hour shy before the parents arrived back, I made it my duty to check out his drawings before leaving the house.
You're
I
done.
couldn't help but feel curious as to what the hell he was drawing that would not make him want to leave his room. I remember curling up in my bed while watching some TV when I heard the little twerp head downstairs. That was my cue to head to his bedroom. So I quickly turned off the TV
He's
and
jerking
darted
it.
down the hallway. I could feel my heart racing out of my chest.
Don't walk
despite
in,
my
don't walk
adversary
in.
Only being 7 years old.
Don't
I
walk
wasn't
in,
down
don't
to
walk
face the
in.
noise, and certainly wasn't down to deal with an inevitable
Oh, no,
temper
man.
tantrum if I was to get caught red-handed in his room. I could recall seeing the sketch pad sitting on his desk. I picked it up and literally had to bite my tongue as I,
I know
felt
you
the sudden
right.
urge to scream. There lied a picture of a stick figure with its head chopped off. There was an axe hovered over the head with a message above it saying, "Dear Valerie, get out of my life." I froze in disbelief, trembling as I read the message over and over again. I mean, literally. I read the message
It's
over
almost
and
11?
over
Damn.
again, as the rest of the sketch pad had the same exact drawing.
Oh, it's a
with
book.
the same message on it. I carefully ripped off one of the pages and slid it inside my back pocket. As I backed off and began to make my way into my room, I could hear loud grunting and thuds coming from somewhere in my bedroom. It sounded like Lucas was there.
Oh,
when I
shit.
approached the doorway
In
and
her
turned the
room,
lights
she's
on,
doing it?
I could
I mean,
see
he.
Lucas smashing my bed with an
Damn.
axe. I stared in disbelief as I said,
What the hell are you doing, Lucas?
No, it
"Sorry,
is
I
11
thought
down.
you were sleeping." I literally yelled from the top of my lungs and ran straight to the foyer and out the front door. I didn't bother to grab my belongings, but was able to grab my sneakers when heading out. Luckily, I had my phone on me and ended up calling an Uber home. While I was on my way back, I ended up calling Lucas's parents, but didn't get a response. I decided to leave a few text messages
Oh, hell
regarding
no.
the situation. When I got to my house, I curled up into my bed and couldn't help but stare at Lucas's disturbing drawing. About a minute later, I got a text message from the mom saying,
Where the hell are you? And why did you leave my son home alone? He was only joking around.
I didn't bother to respond back. I just put my phone on Do Not Disturb and tried sleeping the night off. When I woke up the next morning, I checked my phone and could see hundreds of missed calls and texts saying stuff like,
Can you please call me back? We need to talk. Val, can you please come back to pick up your money? I also wanted you to babysit Lucas for one more weekend if that's okay.
Bro, what is
I
wrong
left
with her?
on red
Choking
and
my
never
butt.
babysat for her or anyone ever again.
Well, well, well. Had to go to sleep. No one wants to be next to that damn kid, yeah. Yo, my eyes burn. My eyes are on fire. My eyes. You look like you're on something. I'm dying. 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 I'm dying.
My eyes. Someone's going to be asking this, so why is Emily laughing at 11? My eyes, bro. Not okay. I got headphones on as well. I look very crazy. Damn. That's not good. That's not good. You see my face? You got darker. Darker. Yeah. God damn, bro. God damn. No, not my Instagram. No! Oh. Hold up. Damn, that's loud. I can't stop. What are you hiding? I ain't hiding anything. Look. Well, you can't even see anything. These are the people I follow. Oh, this is the guy. This is the guy I did the tag. It's probably not there anymore. Oh yeah, that's gonna be gone. I did. He was like, I'm the smallest 15-year-old. No, I'm the smallest 16-year-old. And I was like, no, I am. Oh, 15. Look, it's right there. I'm right there on his page. Fuck. He's doing good. Look at that. God damn. 100K followers. Damn. He's doing very good. Bad Bunny. Damn. That looked good. Pretty sure. Oh yeah, I follow him. Yeah. Oh, let's look at my for you page. I'm gonna expose myself. I'm scared. I'm scared. No, it's not bad. Jeff Seed. Oh, I think I finally fixed my for you page. He looks very good as well. Yeah. Damn. You see, Emily? That's how you need to look like. Oh, is this? And bro is so handsome that God had to nerf him with fat. Damn. Yeah, I'm finally fixed. Yeah. Yo, that's badass. Dentist. That goes hard. You killing me.
keep it like this. Yeah, that goes hard. Bro has moves. Damn. Is that a big monkey I see? Go back to the gym guy, bro. The Batman. Yo, my For You page is fixed. I actually get gym stuff now. Oh yeah, this guy is insane. Hell yeah. I have a better baby face than him. Mine was always fixed. Yours was something else, yeah. Oh, I love eggs. No. No. Yo, what the fuck? He tried to sleep. And now we're back to the regular scheduled program. Bro, I cannot read that. Oh no. Kill those eyes. What the fuck? This is creeping me out. I think it's time to sleep.
Stop! 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 Please! Stop! 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 Stop!
Fuck. I just joined. God damn. Yo, I need a back like that. I can't grow the bottom part though. Yo, what the fuck is happening? My workout routine.
Something's in my eyes.
Your idol, Emily.
Something's in my eyes. Something's in my eyes.
No, I'm not watching that. What the fuck was that? That's too much. Even for me.
I love you. You're my best friend. Ooh, woo. Nuzzles you. Oh, woo, woo, woo.
I used to go so G. I used to so G that all the time. He's back. Batman 1 song. Oh.
What the hell? I just
Oh my god, you scared the shit out of me.
just joined the reality now, bro.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I said, what the hell? I joined the reality.
Yeah, bro,
Yo!
you scared me.
What the freak? Wait, watch this with you, bro. We got a new camera.
I've been having this camera.
Look.
It's just a rat, bro. I don't know what you're looking at. It's just a rat eating cheese. No. No. No.
Hi.
Hi.
I want my little Lego piece. No steak.
No, I'm not built like a 1x1 Lego piece.
Oh no. Damn. Bro. Bro, no.
What is it?
Huh? What am I looking at?
These such a funny videos.
No, this is just my For You page. Huh? ¿Ordené? ¿Por qué? Wait.
Papa, bro.
¿Qué caja?
let me guess. You got sponsored from Team de los anuncios que
No, una compañía me dio $200 para enseñar su producto.
What did you buy? What did you buy?
They gave it to me. Yeah, tienen un tienda de comida.
Nice. Yo, you're a real YouTuber. People send me that.
Yeah.
Yo, imagine there's your merch in there.
Hey.
Wait, bro, what about the pen? Have you been using it?
Hi. It's free. Free.
I'm taller than your shoulder now, bro.
Yeah, I know you're getting tall.
I was on your shoulder. Now look, I'm bigger than your shoulder now.
Okay, I gotta go to sleep, man. My eyes hurt.
Bro, it's still there.
My eyes hurt. Man.
Okay, I'm gonna switch it one more time, bro. See what's next.
Yeah, you could. Yo, you could keep reacting.
Yeah, bro. Yo. Yo.
I got that earlier from another guy. I think it's the same guy. Damn, bro, what
Yo, wait, watch me in my...
I hear the water.
Huh? Oh no. I'm the new dude now. Bro, why is your thing like this? Yo, what's old Raps doing? What's Grabs doing? What's Grabs doing, bro?
What is happening?
Hey?
What are you watching? I have no idea.
You see a dude drink some water.
Yeah.
Yo.
Oh, just a chill apple.
I'm gonna touch you. Yo, it's Mickey Mouse.
I like this guy. Yeah.
Did Broly put some yellow shoe? Yo.
I thought your For You page is cooked. Yeah, it's cooked now.
He's Panda Express. Look at it.
Damn.
Black.
Hold up. Hold up. There you go. Monkey, you eat the chill apple family today.
Took the bulk way too far. That's you right there, bro. Took the bulk way too far. That's where my rap bro's going. That's his gang right there, bro. That's Rap's gang. Yo. Yo.
Sleep so good.
I'm done eating.
Hope you had a wonderful day. Sleep so good.
Bro. Nutella. Hopefully.
Oh hell no. Oh my god. Bro, your For You page is crazy. Look at it. Try not to laugh. Try not to laugh. Try not to laugh.
Yeah, I'm done. Me as do this. Dang. I'm one. What the?
Stop doodling, bro. Yo, For You page is crazy, bro. The For You page is crazy, bro. Yo.
What's happening?
I remember seeing yours with the white one.
What the hell?
Well, it's entertaining, but also weird.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
I'm looking at the rat.
Rat's just munching like me.
Yo, that's one of my rat gigs, but he's eating.
Enjoying his cheese.
Hey.
Sure, the rat.
Oh hell no.
Yeah, I love that song.
You know I have the actual Dachi.
Oh yeah.
You should do that, bro. Look, bro, if you do that, you'll get that much likes.
Yeah.
But that is a spoon, not even. Fight. You should do that, Chin, bro.
Well, time to go up.
Yo, Jamal! Jamal!
What, bro?
Yo, bro, your For You page is crazy. What do you watch, bro? Yeah. Have a Caesar. Oh my gosh. Oh hell. Yo.
I need pants like that.
What, did we go, Joe?
Uppy. No uppy? It's Mr. Worldwide, Mr. 305. If you do not give me an uppy, I will piss all over your feet.
Yeah. What the? What? I feel like bro's cooked right now.
Round one.
Looks like I'm out of jelly. Guess I'll have to find something else.
So what's he get? Yo, nah, that first one's crazy. What the frick? Yo! We saw all of these already. What the hell? We saw this, we saw this, we saw this. Bro, what?
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! You're getting comfortable! Comfortability kills dreams! So get up!
Oh, he's disabled. But he's still working out. Don't stop. Keep going. Yes, he is not disabled. He can do whatever he wants. Remember, you never give up. You never stop trying. Okay, what the fuck? Yo. 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 Okay, yo, wait a sec. Yo, Jamal, get out of here, bro. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, it's time to sleep. Name time.
Get a little baby. Yo, look at this kid. You know he's skinny, right?
Huh?
He's skinny, right? Shorter than you.
Bro. Yeah, I need to sleep.
I know, you gotta go Mimi's, bro. Go Mimi's, my boy. Oh, what the That's the last one I've shown. Let's see about these got AirPod Pros. Let's see on.
Damn, yeah. The black face too. Hell yeah.
Okay, that thing's such an one, bro.
No, I already brushed my teeth.
Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope.
Meme time.
Oh my god.
Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope.
Good thing it has a case.
Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope. Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope.
It's Mimi time.
Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope.
Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope. Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope. Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope.
Wait.
Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope. Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope. Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope. Help me,
It looks like
Obi-Wan.
we're just
You're my
watching.
only hope.
It is frozen. Hold on.
Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope. Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only
We're
hope.
forever stuck. We're frozen in time.
Stand right there.
Help
Stand right
me,
there.
Obi-Wan. You're my only
Go.
hope.
Yo, can I
Help
show you
me,
something that I saw
Obi-Wan.
earlier
You're
was
my only
crazy?
hope.
You know that protein, the big thing they have?
Yeah.
Help me, Obi-Wan.
That was in the
You're
fake
my only
protein.
hope.
The what?
Let me show you, bro. Let me try to
Help me,
go to
Obi-Wan.
the
You're
park.
my only hope.
Fake protein.
Let me try to go to the park. Look.
Go.
Help me, Obi-Wan.
Okay,
You're my
go to
only
bed.
hope.
You're done.
Jamal.
Help me,
Oh, there you go.
Obi-Wan. You're my only hope. Help me, 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 Obi-Wan. You're my only hope.
Oh yeah, I seen that one.
Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my
That's
only
real
hope.
protein.
Look. Fake protein, see?
Damn.
Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope. Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope.
Look.
Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope. Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope.
I saw all
Help
the
me,
way. We're all the way
Obi-Wan.
back.
You're my only hope.
Oh, yeah, we started. Okay, I need to go to sleep, man.
Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope.
Well, what is wrong with my phone?
Help
I
me,
should now turn
Obi-Wan.
it on.
You're my only hope.
I should not.
Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope.
Bro. Go to
Help
bed.
me, Obi-Wan. You're my
What
only
big thing?
Look, see?
What?
Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my
Oh
only
yeah, I
hope.
seen this guy.
Help me, Obi-Wan.
He
You're
made
my
a
only hope.
comeback.
Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope.
Yes. He is not disabled.
Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope.
Bro. Yo, he's coming back.
Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope.
Bro.
Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope.
What the fuck? Did he?
Dirty minded, you know why?
What?
Look, that's his head. Yo!
Oh, what the fuck?
Dirty minded!
You also thought the same thing.
You though! Yo, Jamal, get out of here.
Get out. Shut up. Bro. That's crazy. Okay. Mimi time. I'm done. Flash.
Adrian's gonna survive for the next 46 minutes. Okay.
Oh my god. They just stayed like that for like 10 minutes.
Huh? Oh, 4 minutes.
They just stayed like that for like 10 minutes.
Huh?
Okay, Mimi time.
4 minutes. Mimi time.
Good night. Bye bye.
Hey. Hey, bro. If I come tomorrow and wait, bro. Why do you need toilet paper?
That's my napkin.
I was gonna say, if I see some toilet tissues and you're just on the bed, like, I don't know, bro. This could be. You're weird, bro.
It's my napkin. All right. Good night.
Yo. Are you a hook? Because guess what? I want to hook you up.
What the hell?
Yo, bro.
Yeah,
say Riz line. Say Riz line.
Nah, man. I'm. It's Mimi time.
Hold on, bro. But guess what?
What?
Remember when you yawned?
Yeah. It's night. Yeah.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Bye bye.
But before that, here's your last sleeping requested music.
Damn, what is that, bro?
That's too much. Okay, wait, bro, you already have 5 views. You went up. Okay. Yeah, that's how you go to sleep. Okay. There's my boy sleep. Okay, my bro. No. One day there was a car that was sleeping.
¿Oíste de una vieja que la metieron a la cárcel? Ella pretendía ser un dentista y no era dentista. Y le decía no sé qué tanto chingada era a la gente en la boca porque pensaba que era dentista y al final la agarraron que no era dentista. Pues ella no sabía qué chingados estaba haciendo, pero está haciendo no sé qué a la gente en la boca y la metieron presa. Y digo, what the fuck? Está loca la pinche vieja. Sí, se valió pepino. charge it? Well, we have to go drop off the stuff. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, go. Sí, pero no sé si me compró la de me gustan las cosas y tengo que pretender que estoy hablando, pero voy a tener la mía. Porque yo, la de mi vida sabe eso.
Bye, 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 my monkey.
Good night.
I'm gonna dab you up one last time. Come on, I'll see.
Bye.
Oh, hell no.
Damn. Bye.
Ole, 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 Africa.
What are you doing?
Bye, bro.
Bye.
I'm like your nephew. I'm like your other nephew who just gets on top of you. Damn, your cheek is comfortable right now.
Good night.
Xavier heard when you were gonna go to the party, so on Saturday for Xavier's birthday.
Yeah.
Xavier heard when your other nephew said, "Don't go."
Yeah.
Xavier was like, "What the fuck?"
You didn't go last year.
Bye.
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 Good night. Tissue. Good job. Good morning. my god. Yo. Bless. What's up, Bless? Sorry. Sorry for not responding to you yesterday. Sometimes I don't read Twitch chat, but I see you today. What up? Ugh. Good morning. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Okay. This time, my eyes are burning. This time. I think I joined yesterday when you were eating the whole chicken. Oh, nice. W. That's a way. I don't know how. I don't get how you can eat that much. That's nothing. I've ate way more before. Thank you, QJ. Thank you. Ugh. Fuck. That's why. One time I ate 40 wings. I was like day 40 or something. It was a while ago. It was pretty good. I don't know why it's not working. But yeah, day 40 or something. Around that, I ate 40 wings, homemade wings. It was delicious. Anyways, it's time to eat breakfast. And happy Friday. What is that? This is. Yeah. Fuck. It's 1.5 cups of oatmeal, microwave, with cinnamon, Splenda, protein powder, salt. It's very good. It's my favorite thing to eat before cycling. QJ, need you to test some Cinnamon Toast Crunch bacon for me and tell me if it's good. I'll buy it if you try. Let me know. Ooh, I'm down. I'm down. Do you know where they sell Cinnamon Toast Crunch bacon? If you're gonna buy a QJ, then hell yeah, I'll try it. Salt on oatmeal? That's new. Well, it's like, I don't know. It tastes pretty good. It makes it taste like salted caramel because of the sugar. Salted caramel, cinnamon, oatmeal. It's pretty good. I saw it at Walmart. Alright, well. Okay. QJ. We'll go to Walmart today and see if we could find it. I guess everyone has different taste buds. Yeah. Mine's a little bit all over the place, but yeah. It's good. Alright. So my allergies are getting worse. It's like if I'm getting sick, but I'm not getting sick. It's just my allergies. My eyes are so itchy, and I can't stop sneezing. And yesterday I couldn't fall asleep. I took the ibuprofen, but it is not working. I think I fell asleep like at 10. Can I take 2? What happens if I take 2 of the ibuprofen? I forgot I have to be quiet. I forgot yesterday. So apparently my mom could hear me. Every time I'm talking, like right now, she could hear me because yesterday when she talked to me, she was like, I could hear you talking about ibuprofen and stuff. You gotta be quiet. She said I gave her a headache and she couldn't she struggled to go back to sleep. So I have to remember to. I have to start whispering. Yeah, you have a deep voice. I do. What are you talking about? Gotta start whispering. In the morning you do. Well, that's the morning voice. Your morning raspy voice. Yeah. Everyone has that. Everyone sounds different in the morning. Yo, today is day one of Minecraft. I was thinking of doing survival, but I don't know. If we do survival, I want it to be modded. Here's what I'm thinking. We do mini games first, and then from mini games we could decide if we want to do some modded survival. I have friends that play Minecraft, but they're on Bedrock Edition, and I don't know if you could crossplay. I don't think you could crossplay from Bedrock to Java Minecraft, so I don't think they're gonna be able to join. Oh yeah, my nephew came yesterday. He came yesterday, and I told him, and he was like, "Oh, invite me at 4 p.m." But I don't think it's gonna work. It's only gonna work with people that have Java Edition Minecraft. I think it would be fun to do survival with at least one other person. You know? But I don't know anyone that has Java. Maybe David does. I know that David's brother has a PC, but I don't know if they share. And yeah, I highly doubt it. Highly doubt it. And also, hopefully my controller works. You can tell us later so you don't wake them up. Alright. If you ever want me to taste anything, I'll be your taster. So if you want me to taste, like, I don't know, anything, I'll taste it. As long as it's, you know, clean, you know, I'm not gonna be tasting like freaking taste test like fried chicken and stuff. Or like a burger. But bacon is meat. It's healthy enough. But I'll be your taste tester. As long as it's not pasta or rice, it's good. Alright, it's time to go. Dun, 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 dun.
Wow.